chat. Yeah. Hello. Hello to the United Kingdom. Switch to a live chat. We are good. New printer. No, 4 o'clock, just like normal. I'm actually 11 minutes late. Hello, London. This is the Tevo Neuros. Actually, this is orange. Got a NASA shirt. Yeah. Oh, retro NASA shirt. Another thermistor died? You mean you're killing multiple thermistors on the same printer? Hey, Hawk. Thomas. Thanks, Cam. That's weird. 2, I'm willing to say bad luck. Try a third. If you kill 3, something's wrong. Either you got a whole bad batch or something's goofy. Do make sure the wires aren't pinched or pulled or tight or touched by anything, because they are very thin. Yeah, it's pretty close. Wow, just change the EU to a Y and you're good. Mine has 1 fan. The front is plain, and then there's a fan on the left and a fan on the right. The fan on the left is the hot end fan. The fan on the right is the parts cooling fan. I actually bought one. It was like 40 bucks. So I was like, screw it, buy it. For that price. A 4th axis. So I got one for to stick the Osmo Pocket in there. Mr. Mako, thank you very much. I appreciate that. £5 for Mr. Mako. I'm thinking about it. This should be something I can duplicate. I mean, you just make it in separate parts. I mean, I don't see anything in here that's not 3D printable. If I make these 2 halves, I can even do it without supports. But this should be 3D printable. And it's pretty ingenious how they adjust the tensioning for how much weight you put in it. That's actually pretty neat. But yeah, that should be designable in 3D. The only thing you won't be able to 3D print would be the, well, 3D bolts, of course, but the spring. The only trick would be these joints need to be very free. They need to be very loose. If there's any, see how nice and smooth that is? Especially if you stick some weight in it. You know, this is about the weight of the, this is probably about the weight of the Osmo. Yeah, there you go. So you have to make sure it doesn't bottom out. As you can see, as I'm jittering this isn't moving as much. Now, of course, I'm artificially jittering this, but if I were to go walking down the stairs, this would maintain a pretty good level as I walk. It's pretty neat, actually. But these joints here, this little action right there, needs to be super, super smooth. So that'd be interesting. I'll probably use bearings. Probably design it for those spinner bearings. But that would probably make a 3D print smooth enough that that would work nicely. Just need a spring. I agree. Although I understand they've taken a few steps backwards from their previous printers. Not even the spring is key. The spring you can adjust. I mean, obviously, yes, the spring does have to be matched to the weight. There's a limited amount of adjustment here, but you can work with that. I think the real key is to make sure this is fluid so that you can then adjust this to make the spring, whatever spring you have, work. But I think the trick is to make sure this is fluid enough that you're not going jerking, because then you defeat the point. Yeah, well, they went back to a DC heat bed, which I guess is not really a step backwards so much as a step sideways. I'm kind of okay with that. I don't even think nylon washers would be smooth enough. I think this is I'm wondering how they do this. I'll have to take this. Oh, they're using bearings. Okay, they're using bearings. So there are bearings underneath those nuts. So that's exactly what I expected. They're using bearings. So I will also have to use bearings. And I'm also kind of disappointed that they went away from the non-contact induction end stops they were using. I really like those end stops. Sweet. Where's a PA Makerspace at? Apparently they're stripping NASA. At least if that one video I saw, they're like killing SLS or something like that. NASA is always the bitching post for the budget. Even though NASA is 0.25% of the national budget and actually gives dividends back to the country for all of its money, they're the one we always cut. Go figure. Oh, Phoenixville. Wow. Phoenixville. That's cool. Phoenixville is a little, area of, there's not a whole lot around there. I used to ride with my buddy up in Phoenix. He lives in Phoenixville. Hey, Matt1UK, drone shots. Probably not much. The UK's got more important things to worry about, and I agree with that. I just hope they don't forget hard science. Hard science is important. I think, now, I'm not British, so I don't really have any right to a say regarding Brexit and whatnot. But as an outsider, I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, they should be their own nation. I mean, the UK used to be great. I mean, they used to be they conquered the world. Literally. So, yeah. Anybody who wants to be president isn't going to be a good president. No politics or Twitter. Do I even want to know what's going on with Twitter? I've learned to keep to my little niche on just the 3D printing people I talk to, and that's it. Something outside of that comes into my Twitter stream, I just ignore it. Just ignore it. Exactly. Just don't look. Like, no, stay away. It never ends well. It never ends well. Exactly. I just stay away. Oh, go away. Every now and then I make the mistake and I click that reply, and like 9 out of 10 times I catch myself. What am I doing? Don't reply to this. Just leave it alone. I use the LG V20, and that's my UAG case. And that's an LG V20, and that's an LG V20. Hello, RC Voodoo. Thank you, Joseph. I expect that'll pop up in a moment. Let's see. What can I load on here? A gremlin? Like in the Bright Lights gremlin? I can't use iCrap. I can't. And it's the same reason I can't use newer LaCrap. And it's the same reason I can't use Samsung Scrap. I will not touch a phone where I cannot replace a battery and add an SD card. No. PayPal, I am never going to let you connect to my Google. I don't trust you. Now, I wonder why I didn't get an email for that. Thank you very much, Joseph, for the $5 on PayPal. Because PayPal only takes 3% from US donators, so I appreciate that. YouTube takes 30%. Now, I should have gotten an email notification for that. I wonder why I didn't get it. I'll have to keep an eye on that. I depend on getting the email notification so I can give shout outs to people who donate, because that's important. So I have the webpage loaded, but that's gonna, it's gonna log out every couple minutes. I wonder if there's a way to enable push notifications from PayPal. I never thought of that. Do I even have the PayPal app installed? Yes, I have. It looks very good. It's probably not something I'm going to get into because Anycubic is a little tight-fisted about handing out review units. Not in a bad way. I guess they just don't have the finances for it. But it's very hard to get a review unit for an Anycubic printer. Unless someone like, Gearbest or Banggood gets it and they're willing to send it. But they're not usually willing to send expensive printers. And so I'm probably not going to get the Anycubic Predator. But I want one. I still want a Chiron. Oh, that Chiron is badass. Let's see, Play Store. Hey, Brit Hawks. Now, why aren't I getting notifications? I think you're going to like the GDX one. I was very impressed with mine. They did a good job on that machine. Really? You're just not going to load? You're going to be a little bitch today. Oh, I don't have it installed. Or is that a different app? Maybe it's a different app? Boy, why do they have to have so many apps? Just, how about one? It's like, really? Yeah, you got to have a dozen apps? PayPal. Yeah, the Ender 3 is a nice machine. They got the Ender 5 in stock again. You can get it on Amazon and Creality again. They switched power supplies. They're having a supplier issue for the Meanwhile power supply, so now they're using a Landy supply. I don't know how good it is, but they claim it's also UL certified like the Meanwhile is, which is important. Yeah, I would love to get that. I'd kill for a G-Max. Oh, man. Oh, hell yes, I'm going to Murph. Yeah, that's the way Banggood works. They give you a budget. You get to pick something within that budget, and then you got to achieve sales. Let's see. PayPal. PayPal. So it's not going to let me autofill, huh? Oh, it's not. So they figured out a way to defeat Google's autofill. I hope I remember the password. I did. I don't want a storefront. Why are you making me log in again? I never did the Ender 4. The Ender 4 was like a HBot or something. It was another weird printer. It was actually, Ender 4 is actually older than the Ender 2. So you got to ignore their numbering. Oh, I got to do the verification. Okay. Select all images with cars. Okay. Are you going to do anything? And it crashes. Oh, what a pain in the ass. No, I don't want to check my info again. My info's fine. Now it's suddenly not working anymore. Oh, what a pain in the ass. Hey, Doran Gaja, $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Why am I not getting email? I wonder if Doster's full again. Well, I already rebooted this. Ender 5 has a bigger build volume, has all the Ender 3 Pro features, and it flips the Z and the Y axis. So the bed moves down while your X and Y don't move. It's not a Core XY, it's a standard Cartesian. They just invert the Z and the Y. And I'm getting incredible prints out of it. And I really like the extra 50 millimeters of build volume. Now, why is my stream having a problem? I should not be having a data issue. I have plenty of bandwidth. Where's that? Mail Central. I just get a mail. There we go. Let me check anyway. Still didn't get the first one. That's weird. No, that's not full. I'm going to empty it anyway, but it's not full. So. What's bait and switch? I would love to get a Photon S. Yes, but they're using a Landy power supply, which is supposed to also be UL certified. That was the whole point of the Meanwell power supply, is that it's UL certified. And the Chinese power supplies aren't. Your typical Chinese power supplies aren't. So the one they switched to is supposed to also be US UL certified. I don't know what that is, Info Mario. Discriminating against my binary friends, so you're okay. Hey, Claire. Claire, Izzy, and Wim. They say it's UL certified. So I'm waiting for confirmation on that. I keep my victims happy. Okay, let's keep the email loaded. So hopefully the mail comes through okay. Hello from Portugal. Cool. And let's see. Toggle all and delete. Hopefully this holds up. I got it fully charged, and it still says 100%, so I'm hoping this battery keeps it fully charged. Oh, that turned out, it's in the car, so I can't show it to you, but that turned out great. And I had just enough failed little nerds and noobs to fill it. But one of these days I want to reprint it, and I want to print it like to the top of his hair, and then stop the print, and then spray paint the inside and outside with clear coat so to be more transparent, and then finish the print. So, because I want it to be all one print. I don't want to glue it together. So I want to keep it on the print bed and make it all one print. But I want to try to get that transparency up. Or throw it on a, hey, getting emails now. Russell Hawks, $10 on PayPal. You rock, dude. Or just switch to the 1.2 millimeter machine and try a single perimeter vase mode print, you know, except for the legs, of course, and see if I can get a 1.2 millimeter extrusion to successfully print. Then do it in like clear PETG or something like that, something super transparent. I don't know. They have not restocked in a while. But from what I understand, the Photon is almost identical and has that same ability to edit live the settings in the printer as the Mars does, the Elegoo Mars. Creality upgrade board? I mean, upgrade for their existing printers? Show that. I can't click on links because it'll obviously I won't be able to see chat anymore. So either email it to me or DM me on Twitter and I'll check out that link later. I am sending artillery feedback on their printer. It is a pretty nice machine. A little bit of QC issues here and there, not much. And they're already making some nice little updates. I suggested that they put a cover on the X-axis since they have nice covers on everything else. They're already doing that. They even sent me the STL file. I already have it on my Sidewinder. Wow. 500 watt. Jesus. Don't kill it, dude. Yeah, I love the heavy duty extrusions they're using on the Sidewinder. I really like that. I got to figure out yes, Creality has a DLP printer. What I'm looking forward to is their new one, and I'm hoping that maybe they'll send me one if they ever get it working, because it's a 9-inch 4K panel, and it has a matrix array of UV LEDs, which is something I've been telling them they need to do for a long time, all of them. The problem with these LCD printers is that they have a single very powerful bulb in the middle. But the problem is that power drops off as the light spreads. So if this is your LCD panel, the light is really strong here in the middle, but gets weaker and weaker and weaker as you go out. So if you tune it for a perfect print in the center, you are underexposed on the outsides. And if you expose for the outsides, whatever you print in the center gets fused. And it's basically impossible to get perfect across the board, unless, I believe the Photon S does this, and Creality's new one, if they ever release it, does this. It's a matrix of LEDs underneath the display panel. So it's an array of LEDs evenly spread out, so you get even exposure on the entire panel. Awesome, Glock. Thank you. You're going to like the Ender 5. It's a nice machine. You guys want to see what I printed on the order for last week? I'm liking that printer. They did it, and the company so far appears to be very receptive to updating and fixing it. So after I finished last week, I think it was this that we printed on the order. I decided to throw it into the fire and just balls to the wall, just go for it. And a week later, I have this. This is the Atomic Transparent Glitter Gold Rose, and this is Protopasta's Imperfect Pasta Candy Apple Red, and all of this was printed on the order 4. So they all fit perfectly, no problems. And I scaled it up as large as the printer could go, so 255 millimeters across, and it came out really, really freaking nice. I still have to clean up the Protopasta, had a little stringing, it's a little wet. Not the printer's fault. But damn it, that came out cool. That is really, really nice how nice that came out. So that was on the order 4. Awesome. Well, we got a little bit of orange in here. Yeah, it's got some orange in here. I guess you can call that a little bit of pink right there. Try. Try. Too hard. Hey, Danila. You had problems with the i3 Mega, huh? That's one of my favorite printers. It's a bit outdated today, but nice printer. Welcome to today's 3D print. We have a Tevo printer. This comes directly from Tevo. They sent me this. And that's not an address, right? No. Make sure it didn't have an address on there. So this is the Tevo Neuros Basic. Their new all-in-one, meaning it's like an Ender 3, but it's CR10 sized. CR10 competitor update for their Tornado. And apparently there's a basic and a pro version. This is the basic version. I have no idea what the difference is yet, but we are going to take this apart and build it and see how it works. Stay tuned. I usually wait for a bunch of people to get here because, you know, nobody likes being late to the party. Oh, you guys didn't see the 160-hour, 42-minute print on the Ender 5 with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. In silk. Yeah, that is freaking gorgeous. Esun really nailed it with this silk. 160 hours, 42 minutes. This took almost 7 days. Without a battery backup. I got lucky. Even the tops are beautiful. The floors are nice and smooth. This just came out incredible. No supports. Completely support free. This is the Medieval Castle. If you type in Medieval Castle on Thingiverse, this will pop up. This was at a 0.2 millimeter nozzle at 0.12 layer height. Otherwise, if I could have done this at a 0.08 layer height, but there's not enough detail in here to justify a 0.08 layer height, and it would have taken like 300 hours for no gain, no benefit. 45 millimeters per second, I think. 45 or 50 millimeters per second. I think I have my default set to 45 for this. And so it probably averages around 35, 40. Well, for me, multi-100-hour prints are the norm. But that came out incredible. You look at the details on the entrance there. I love this print. They are filling boxes everywhere. Can I show you guys the nearly a meter tall Groot I made last week? That was on the AlphaWise U20 Plus with a 1.5 millimeter nozzle. It's a bit of a rough print, but it's okay. I painted it. So it was in white. I used that stone finish paint from, I think I actually used a can of Rust-Oleum and Krylon together. Not yet. I do have the inductive sensor. Where is that at? I did buy the inductive sensor off Amazon for $9. I got 2 of them. And so I will be installing those. There's a couple other corrections I got to make to it too. Because I had a 160-hour print on that machine too, and it failed. That hurts. $50 in filament gone. Wow, 7-inch LCD screen. I want that. Yeah, this would be interesting in like a glass dome music kind of thing. This is the closest anyone's gotten. It's still not perfect, but this is the closest anyone's gotten to a red silk. This still has a little bit of pink, a little bit of orange in it, but this is definitively red. It's not perfect red, but it is red. And they are the first ones to accomplish that. So I'm very pleased with that. Actually, I would prefer to get rid of the automatic bed leveling altogether and go back to a goddamn limit switch. I mean, the bed is flat. There's no warp in that bed whatsoever. I mean, my bed is so flat that I took off the glass and I put my Wham Bam magnetic sheet directly on the aluminum base plate because it's that flat. What I want is just a freaking limit switch so that I don't have to worry about these variations with leveling sensors bullshit. I just want to go click, click, and have it be where I set it every time. Let me do the leveling. Yes, these will definitely come to Murph. All of my major prints will come to Murph. Hey, Chaser. I tried to feed the filament in right behind. I tried to chase the tail of the previous strip of filament, and I missed it by a little bit. Triggered the filament sensor. And then it failed. Now I was able to recover from that, but another problem. It pops up and says, "Would you like to heat up to reinstall the filament, but you can't hit yes. Hitting yes does nothing but make it beep. You can only hit no, and if you hit no, you cancel the print. But I found the trick. Turn it off, and then turn it back on. Depends which G-Tech and which Ender 3. And then it asks you if you want to resume power off failure. That works. But it started off 0.3 millimeters higher than where it left off. So I had a gap and the model broke apart when I pulled it apart. Exactly. I want less failure potential. You know, I don't want the leveling probe. What I want them to do is improve their quality control enough so that the beds come flat. Instead of spending money, including a goddamn sensor and the software and all the R&D that goes with it, just ship flat beds. Well, so far I am. I had a decent night's sleep last night and got prepped this morning for the stream, and we're going to be good to go. So this is an interesting printer. I hope it's interesting. That's what I mean. I don't know how to change the firmware to use a limit switch. And I think I figured out how to do dual Z leveling to keep the x-axis level every time. The trick is I'm going to put something that's adjustable, like a limit switch, but it's just going to be a hard piece of plastic in the way of the left-hand vertical gantry, so it crashes into it and causes the stepper motor to stutter. And you just like crash, and then put the limit switch on the right-hand side. Because usually it's the left-hand side that ends up low and the right-hand side that ends up high. So if I put the limit switch on the right and put a hard mount on the left, it'll crash into the left one, stutter, but the right one will keep on moving until it gets to the limit switch and then stop them both. And then the x-axis will be level every time. Because I can't independently level the Z stepper motors because they're using one to run both motors. You see, I don't want a belt. A belt adds potential for noise, and I don't want the noise. And see, that's the weird thing. I mean, I bought most of my Enders and stuff like that, and I got all flat beds. I think that's just luck of the draw. And that's the one thing I want Creality to fix, is stop making it luck of the draw and just improve the QC. Start including 4 or 5 millimeter thick beds, and then you won't have that flatness problem anymore. What, this doesn't come with a spool holder? Seriously? Well, I can do that too with this. This is plug and play. It has the same 3 wires and it works perfectly. I don't want ABL. I like my printers to be fire and forget. Okay, my reliable printers, I hit the dial, I go print from SD, I select what I want to print, I walk the hell away. Knowing it's going to work. But with ABL, that's not always the case. There's a variance there. That's what I want. 5 millimeter bed. Just put a 5 millimeter bed on them, and then your flatness problem becomes so much easier. Your Ender 5 came with a warped bed? I got 2 of them, and they're both flat. I mean, I'm printing with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. I think the problem comes down to orders go up and they can't keep up with demand, so QC goes down because QC increases time. I don't even think it's a money issue. I don't even think it's a cost issue. I think it's a time issue. I think they can't crank out enough printers at that quality level, so the QC goes down in order to increase the flow of printers. And they don't realize that people are going to get soured if they get a bad first experience, and they're not going to try again. So if that means they got to slow down the production, then do it. Slow it down. Get the QC up, at least for the beds. Yeah, same thing. My artillery's been very reliable. Just about, although that's probably about to come to a stop. I have one more new printer, the Weibo printer, that we'll be doing next week. Then after that, all I have is my extras that I bought. I have an extra CR10S somewhere. I have an extra U10 somewhere. I have an extra Ender 3 Pro somewhere in here. I have the pancake printer still. I got some used printers I bought. But sales have dropped off dramatically on all channels, I guess because of the time of year. So I don't expect to get nearly as many printers. Although I might have a CNC laser engraver thingy coming in. Dips in the middle are the worst. Yeah, maybe. I hope it changes. Because what I need is consistency. Or at least I need enough of an overhead that the variations don't kill me. Actually, I'm going to move this so I don't accidentally knock it over. You want to see a grown man cry? Let that hit the ground. Because I don't want to reprint that. It's just a matter of time because I love printing with the resin printer. I love making those ultra itty bitty teeny tiny prints. One thing I don't like is these I want to say fiberglass, but they're not fiberglass. They're these smooth piece of plastic with a coating on top, print surfaces that all these manufacturers are using. I don't like them. I prefer whatever it is Creality is using that has a rough texture to it. And I can't find this rough texture surface for the CR10 size. All I can find is this smooth stuff, which it just doesn't seem to work as well. It's harder to get the first layer to stick, and it's harder to get the prints off. But this stuff is awesome. It's easy to get the first layer to stick, and prints they're not a pain in the ass to come off, and it's durable. So I wish I could find bigger pieces of this stuff. Yeah, this bad boy's orange. So as we've come to expect from Tevo and Creality, etc., is extremely good. I'm assuming laser cut or some sort of cut. It's very precision cut. This high density foam where everything is packed in real nice and tight. So I like that. I hope to see that continuing. Although it makes me wonder what went here. I mean, there's a hole cut there for something. I wonder if that's where the bigger LCD goes on the Pro version, like if they use the same size box. That'd be interesting to find out. Stay tuned. Yeah, but I can't find replacement sheets. I can't find where to buy more. The thin Dollar Tree cutting board works great. For what? I don't know. We'll find out when we open it. I don't like the Creality mag beds. I don't like them. Too much warping. When you're using a magnetic surface, no matter how good your magnets are, your print will always be able to overpower the magnets. Now you combine magnets with flexible, and you have a problem because the goddamn magnetic flex surface will actually warp up off of the bed. Your print won't separate. It'll hold on, and it'll actually lift the magnetic surface right up off the other magnet. That's why the magnetic surfaces that use the spring steel plate are preferred, because the spring steel can resist that pull from the plastic. I had a part for Alien Slacker's 12-foot Alien for Murph fail 4 times. And I figured out what the hell's going on. It looks like the goddamn nozzle's digging into the print. That's exactly what it was doing. It was warping, warping, warping until the magnet finally gave way, lifted the print up high enough for the nozzle to crash into it. So once I switched to the spring steel plate, no more problem the first time. So not a fan of the soft, flexible. If you're doing small prints, it's great. Like if you have a small printer like the CR100 or the Monoprice Mini V2 or the Mini Delta or something like that, you're never going to get enough warp force to be a problem, and it's fine. But for Ender 3 size, where if you're printing a print that's as large as the print volume, you're going to warp a problem. I looked, I didn't see them. They could have added. It's been a couple weeks since I checked. You either got fake 3M adhesive or applied it wrong. I use Simplify 3D, meaning you had some contamination on there, because that stuff should never be weaker than the pull force of the plastic. You want this printer? I got links down below. For $450, you can get it from Amazon in 2 days. That's only like it's only $49 premium over Banggood, which is the next cheapest price, $399. And then Gearbest is $419, $429, something like that. So the cheapest is Banggood, $399. But the fastest for $50 premium is Amazon. You have it in 2 days. So let's see what we got in here. Goodie delivery. US power cable. Yep. Spatula. Yep. Not sharpened. Can't tell. Might be sharpened. I wonder what that's for. What is that? Oh, that's the probe. Oh, sweet. It's a copper one. That's the little needle probe to clear out the nozzle. There is our screen. And it is a Makerbase touchscreen. Oh, more goodies. Uh-oh. Loose bits. That's not good. Loose screws. I do like that they include feet. What was that? Oh, I hit record. I don't want to do that. Okay. So I've got a 512 megabyte SD card. Come on, Tevo, don't cheap out. I got STLs that are 400 megabytes. No idea. Just says MKS Makerbase. Oh, wait a minute. There's something down here. Boy, I don't know what plastic they use, but it must be made out of like titanium or something. Whatever plastic they use to wrap their stuff up is like indestructible. It looks like saran wrap, but it's like crazy strong. It is an... I see an MLXX01120, if that means anything. Otherwise, no other identifying marks. PTFE tube. Any more goodies in here? No screws? Nope. Okay, that is part of that. So this will come out. There's our frame. Okay, 2 pieces of PTFE tube. That's good. Let's get this out. Okay. Measure the touchscreen. Viewable area. 9 centimeters. Edge to edge, 10 centimeters. And the framing is 82 by 59. Try changing the resolution. Let's see what it says here. It says I'm good for signal strength here. YouTube is telling me they're getting a good feed from me. I have no idea what I just dropped, but something came out of here. Oh, there it is. A washer. I don't care. I always take those washers off anyway. Come on, don't be a pest. No, I can't pause, but I can slow down. Spacers! I'll finally get to eat him. He's going to be at Murph. That's going to be awesome. We are looking at the Tevo Neuros. That's their new base model CR10 size printer, 334 size printer with a built-in screen, so it's all one unit. Surprisingly small box for a printer this big. He's 2 kilograms. It'd be pretty tough for him to fall over. If he does fall over, it'll probably knock me out cold. Hey, Steve. Yeah, he's a big boy. You can see, he's got some pretty big feet. So, he is a 2 kilogram, 2 full rolls of, actually a little bit more than 2 kilograms. Had to use about 2 meters from another third roll to finish him off. Or they cheated me and didn't include a full 2 kilograms. Or my density calculations in Simplified 3D were wrong. No, that is 2 perimeters with a 1.5 millimeter nozzle, so 3 millimeter thick walls. He's a big boy. I do not have an MKS3, but I can try. I printed him on the AlphaWise U20 Plus. Yes, that's painted. He was white, just Pryline white filament, and then I painted him with that stone finish paint. I can't weigh him anymore. It's not possible. Well, I can weigh him, but there's no way to separate the paint weight versus the plastic weight. Richard Kruk, what's the question? Hey, Tam. I would have to do an accounting, but I'm pretty sure I have more than 90 printers now. I'm definitely approaching 100. Seems the bed is too slick, even cleaned with ISO, and seems the first 3 layers over extrude. Okay, that sounds to me like you are stuffing the nozzle. So it's not that the layer won't stick. It's that you are too close to the bed. And so you're stuffing the nozzle into the bed so the filament doesn't come out. Or if it does come out, it's going to immediately curl up around the nozzle. So the first thing you're going to want to do is, well, you're actually on a Mark III, it should bed level pretty darn good. And there should be an option for Z offset. Do you get to that just by holding the button in, I think? You'll have to find out how to do that. But you're going to want to slow down. You're going to want to print hot. And you're going to want to have an actual air gap between the nozzle and the bed. And then what you want to do is you want to actually be able to see light underneath the nozzle. And then use your Z offset to bring it down until the filament starts sticking. And make sure you clean with acetone. I think it's is PEI acetone or IPA? Maybe try IPA first because acetone might be more damaging. But I think it's IPA you do first to clean off the PEI. You have to clean it between prints. Stepper dampers, you can, and it is compatible. You can install them on the Ender 5. But more importantly, TL smoothers, because that'll get rid of your salmon skin. I personally think Simplify 3D is worth the money, but that's up to you. I would not advise buying Simplify 3D until you're certain you're going to stay in this hobby. So stick with Cura until you know you've got the bug, because if you bail from this hobby, you don't want to have blown $150 in software. I hate that crap. It's like, if I want your updates, I'll ask you for them. Yeah, it's your first layer calibration. And that's also why you're getting over extrusion on your first layers, because you're extruding too much filament while too close to the bed. So there's not enough gap. You're stuffing the nozzle into the bed, it sounds like to me. On these printers, it just be raise the nozzle, the bed a little bit. I don't know exactly how to do that on a Prusa. I believe you have to use the offset. Or as that person suggested, Fubar Sport, redo your first layer calibration. Yeah, this Murph I think is going to be amazing. I think it's going to be really awesome. The benefits for me for Simplify 3D are, one, I prefer the workflow. I like the interface, the UI, the workflow. Also, I don't have to mess with anything. It just works. I think I changed 6 or 7 settings from printer to printer. That's it. And most of those settings are based on what I'm printing, not the printer I'm using. It's just, it does a lot of it in the background for you, and you just have to change the obvious settings, and I like that. Yeah, if it'll let you, tell it to print circles. Print something like this big that's, round, and then use concentric infill so it's constantly printing a circle. And then bring your Z up until there's a gap, and then bring it down until that's what I would do. Also, in my experience, PEI likes to print hot, so I typically use a 70 bed with PEI. Although the Prusa does not have glass, so you might not have to go to 70. Usually it's because you have a big, thick piece of glass there. But the Prusa doesn't have that problem. So 60 might be fine. And also, I've seen some PEI sheets, depending on whether you have the smooth one or the rough one, that they have a skin on them. So people don't realize you have to remove that. And I've seen them where I didn't even know there was a skin. So make sure there isn't like a protective film on there. I don't know if that's a thing with Prusa. Yes, I think that's a pretty cool idea. I would, when time allows, I gotta redesign his threads for the Oreo Haze because they don't print very well. You have to go to a really low layer height to get them to print, so I want to redesign the threads to make them more 3D print compatible. I would also like to hollow out the inside of the Oreo cookie so that I can have more volume inside there. Well, I've gotten 3 years, 4 years of usage out of Simplify 3D, and I'm very happy. So to me, it's money well spent. But I also like all the really nice new features Cura's coming out with. That's nice. No, you shouldn't. Now, when you use a layer of painter's tape, is the extrusion correct? Is it over squished, under squished? You know, does it feel correct? Yes, Cura allows you to use different settings per specified section of the model, but it's a pain in the ass to do. It's not easy. You got to create another object, a square, adjust it, put it where you need to, and then redefine those settings for that square. It's a pain. What I want is the way Simplify 3D does it, where I just have multiple processes and I just change my settings for the process. It's so much easier. Simplify is a pain in the ass in that regard too. First of all, you can only do it vertically. You can't do it horizontally. I wish they would enable a way like Cura does to do it horizontally. Also, when you're doing your variable settings, you can create your cuts in the model, but once you leave the variable settings, you can't see those cuts anymore. So you select a process and you have to guess what part of the model it is. Okay, that would imply, okay, curls could be both too far away and too close. Too far away and the filament doesn't stick, and as the nozzle is pulling down the line, it curls up, okay? But it could also happen when you're too close and you're squishing too much, and then the filament pulls up behind the nozzle. So like he said, run your calibration again. Clean off that bed really, really good. You might even want to get some triple zero steel wool and just very lightly, gently rub down that PEI surface. Only as a last resort. But it sounds, my guess is you're jamming your nozzle into the bed. I think he's saying it's a new printer, so I don't think it's worn. But if it is worn, scuff it. Yes, I consider the Ender 5 to be an ideal first printer. I never have a problem with the left side dropping on its own, but it always ends up dropping when I touch it in order to put new filament in. So that's why I'm working on a way to get around that. Yeah, Scotch pad might work, as long as there's no chemicals in there. I'm doing pretty good. I keep my victims as happy as I can. Let's get this thing out of here. I do not see nothing in here. So here is our base unit. And as I saw in other videos, that SD card is going to be a pain in the ass to get to. It's recessed at least half an inch in there. What? Why would you do that, Tevo? Come on. As if us Americans don't have big fat enough fingers as it is. Now you want me to? I can't even reach in there to get the SD card out. Like, there is no way I'm ever going to be able to remove an SD card from this. I'm going to have to use pliers to remove the SD card. Soon is relative. It's already affordable. You can get, you'll have to verify this, but I believe there is a company making a metal SLS printer for $5,000. Lisa pops into my head. That's already home affordable. I mean, that's what 3D printers cost 6 or 7 years ago. So in 5-10 years, we could see practical, affordable SLS metal printers. Now, keep in mind, like resin, the material is expensive. then use Banggood. It's cheaper. Or Amazon if you're in the US. You'll pay a $49 premium, but you'll have it in 2 days and a good return policy. I guess I'm kind of okay with the SD cards as long as it's not hard to get to. You know, my problem is it's hard to get to. Oh, that's interesting. That's right. This does have Wi-Fi. So maybe we won't. Especially if it's simple Wi-Fi where I can just dump it to the SD card. No, I don't want no stupid Wi-Fi printing interface. I just want to open up a low network storage that's the SD card and just dump my files onto it. And then I can go up to the printer and hit print. That's what I want. No, I have not. Well, you cannot compare the cost of something like a Duet to the cost of something like a printer. Okay, that's not fair. Yeah, you can't make that comparison. The only reason you can have a $200 Ender 3 is because it's coming from China. It's mass produced in China. Okay, it's a non-level playing field that you can't really compare the two. You compare a Duet to like a $2,500 G-Max. That's what you compare a Duet to. Would I put a Duet in an Ender 3? No. It's not what the Ender 3 is for. Would I put a Duet in my $2,000 custom Delta that I'm working on, or my custom Core XY that I'm working on? Hell yeah. Okay, you know, you got apples to apples, you know? That's a lot harder than you think. If right now the best way you're going to get a good 3D copy of something is structured light scanning. Yeah, I'll allow that. Go. Yeah, you can get resin now for $52 a kilogram, which is basically a liter. That's protopasta price for filament. That's not bad. I mean, a year ago, it was $90 for half a liter. So, not bad. I do not believe the basic model has automatic bed leveling. I believe the basic model is strictly manual bed leveling. And our bed is flat that way. And it is flat that way. So it does have a nice flat aluminum bed. Oh, that's interesting. No top layer. So you're expected to just put your sticker directly on top of this aluminum bed. Okay. Not great. Not horrible. We'll reserve judgment for now. That would be a giant pita. In theory, it's possible, but it would be a giant pita. Your best way to do that would be to, you're not going to MMU a resin print. Forget it. It's just not going to work because of the way resin works. But you could multi-layer color, you know, like changing filament in a print. The way you would do that is you'd pause the print, empty the vat, fill the vat with a new color, resume the print. You would have to, in advance, know how to adjust your settings for the different colors because the different color resins need different burn times. So in advance, you'd have to do a test print with each color to know what the ideal burn time for each color was and basically mark the bottle. This one needs 3 seconds. This one needs 6 seconds. And then what you do is you'd pause the print, change the color, and then adjust live on the printer. If you have an Eligo or a Photon, you can do this. Change your burn time on the printer and then resume the print. So yes, in theory, that should work. No more of a pain than swapping filament. You just need to do a little more planning because you have to know the burn time. Photos to a 3D model is called photogrammetry, and it works quite well, but it's not precise. You are not going to get an exact copy. You're going to lose a lot of resolution. Now you see, I do like this where they They build the tension relief for the heat bed right into the heat bed itself. They have this tab sticking out here. There's a zip tie through it. I like that. That's a smart move. You're going to want something like Protopasta's Fiber Matte. And who else makes a matte finish? If you don't mind glitter, Zyru's Sparkling Black has a really nice matte finish. It's a glitter filament. It's kind of like a Vertigo Galaxy, but real rough. It's got a real rough matte finish. I like it a lot. What else would give you a matte finish? I don't know. I don't do too much in black. It's a nice printer. If you have the financial means to get another printer to play with, definitely. I like my Sapphire X, my Sapphire S. It's the only one so far that has enough precision that I can do multi-part, multi-G-code files in one print. That's how I do these. So the way I did this is actually 3 separate G-code files. The first G-code file prints just the gold letters, 2 layers thick. Then I change the roll of filament, and I start the second G-code file. And with these letters already on the bed from the first G-code file, it begins printing the coin right around the letters and continues printing the rest of the coin. And it stops 0.4 millimeters from the top and just stops. And then I start a third G-code file after changing the filament again, and it prints the gold on top. And it's consistent and reliable. I can do it over and over and over again. I love my Sapphire. Nice. Awesome, dude. Stephen Booth, $10 on PayPal. You rock, dude. Thank you very much. We have Charles, $15 PayPal. You rock, dude. Thank you very much. You got your CR10 printing normally. That's awesome. You needed a new nozzle and thermistor, Capricorn tubing, and heat sock. Like I said, 3D printing is a very DIY experience, but as you gain the knowledge to understand what you're looking at and what it's doing, it gets very easy. And you'll be surprised by just how reliable these machines can be. And Gary Dennis, $15 on PayPal. You are awesome, dude. 3D printing for less than a year. Awesome, dude. You're sticking to it. Oh, there's another one. Joseph, $5. You were awesome, dude. Thank you very much. I don't know much about the Xbox One Connect. I don't know if it's using structured light, or I don't know how that works. Yeah, but I prefer to use separate G-code files. Because, for example, I can start a print before I leave for work tonight, and it'll just stop and be done. The printer will turn off, and then I'll come home tomorrow night and just change the load up the second G-code file and just hit go. The printer doesn't have to sit there hot and ready, and I just start the next file. It's wonderful. Now that does not work on printers that have to probe the center of the bed. That only works on dumb printers like these printers that go to the corner and do their homing. So you have to. The only catch is you have to make sure that no part of the model intrudes upon that little square where the hot block will sit and where the arm sits. So I just had to take my maker coins and push them this way a little bit just to make sure this and this was clear so it could home and then start the G-code. Because what happens is it'll home and then lift up to where it needs to be and then begin printing. And the Sapphire S is capable of doing that with enough precision that I can actually turn the machine off, move it to another room, and then start the next G-code file, and it'll work. It's very cool. That's why I like to get those stickers to put on my Wham Bam sheets. so that I don't have cold release. The printer cools down and just sits there. It can sit there for a week until I get back to it and I hit the next file and it just works. Yes, if you have a PEI or PEX or a glass bed or something like that, or a silicon dioxide bed like Ultra Base, that's not going to work because the model is going to release when that bed cools down. But if you're using a standard build tack, fake tack style bed sheet, you're fine. Yes and no. 3D printers can only reach their full potential with a good operator, but a better printer does make that easier. Now, this is something I don't normally like. I'm not a fan of this. And how's my battery power? Good. We're staying at 100%. Excellent. Be careful with that. Spring steel has a natural curve to it. And you need that curve to be up, not down. Because otherwise what will happen when you flip it over, it could pop up off the magnets. So be careful with that. My ABS settings, cooling fan off. The heat bed, I set it for 100 degrees. And then for layer 2, I set it for 120 degrees. This way I don't have to wait forever to get to 120. It gets to 100, starts printing, and then works its way up to 120 as it's able to. And I print the nozzle at 255. Correct. The glass is a pain in the ass. It's just so heavy. This all needs to be tightened up. Now, see, I'm normally not a fan of this. I don't like Y carriage plates that are multi-bend. See how this is bent into a shape? Okay. So Tevo, if you're watching, what I think would be better is to use a flatbed, add a little more beef here. So have this metal continue out here like this in an arc, like this, and then put some speed holes in it to lighten it up. But I would prefer a larger, flatter sheet because these tend to, see how this flexes? Okay. As you print with a bigger model, that flex could introduce noise into the print. Now, you do have the advantage of using a nice lightweight plate here, so that's a good thing. So you might not have as much trouble. But instead of having this 90-degree bend to lift this higher so that you can reach your leveling nuts, just use a 40-40 rail here. Just take one of these rails and use that in the center, and that'll take care of that problem. And then you can use a nice flat Y carriage plate, because I'd prefer a flat Y carriage. I don't like the cooling fan for the power supply facing up. I would prefer you to flip this power supply 180 degrees and have the power supply face down, and then have it vent out the bottom. You already have some nice feet to lift this up off the ground. Take advantage of that. I would also like to see you get rid of this IEC connection here, because then you have to run wires from here over to here. Instead, you have this nice opening here, and you have feet under the printer. Put this IEC connection right here, right on the back of the brain box. This way, everything is self-contained inside this box. You don't have runs of wires going anywhere. And also, this cord and switch are now protected inside here, which is nice. Kind of like the Ender 5. It's actually a pretty nice setup. I like that. Just my personal preference. I would prefer this not to be exposed out here with wires running. I'd prefer this to be in here. Not a technical issue. You know, this is fine. This will work. This here, though, I would prefer this to be a nice flat plate, and for this to be a 40-40 to raise it up. Doesn't necessarily mean they watch it. I think I know what Tevo is doing with this printer. I think I know what they're experimenting with. Everything I'm seeing is telling me ultra light. I mean, this is the minimum amount of metal for a Y carriage plate. They're using insulation on a DC heat bed with an aluminum panel with nothing else. I think this is why they went with a DC heat bed. I think they did that so that they can make this entire platform as light as possible. Because lighter means less noise, means better quality prints without having to slow down. I think that's what they're after. From a 0.4 to a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, well, your obvious setting is going to be your line width and your nozzle width. In Simplify 3D, you have both. In Cura, I think it's one setting. You're also going to need to run a couple calibration tests to figure out what the best flow rate is in Cura, or extrusion multiplier in Simplify 3D. And you're also going to want to adjust temperature and speed, depending on what you're printing, retractions, etc. Because you're talking about a very, very tiny nozzle. Do not attempt to print anything with fills. So any kind of glitter filament, sparkle filament, fill filament, forget it. It's not going to work. It's just not. Don't try it. It's going to fail. You're going to jam up that nozzle, and good luck cleaning it out. One exception, I do have reasonably decent success printing Prusament Galaxy Black out of a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. It's fine enough that it works. I still every now and then get layers that are bad that ruin a print, but more often than not it works. So that impressed me. Start off with a 0.12 millimeter layer height, and even if you can go lower, start your first 2 layers at 0.12 millimeter, then switch to 0.08 millimeter using variable settings, because it's going to be a pain in the ass to get that bed level for that first layer. It's a real, yeah. It took me a long time to get my Ender 5 level enough that I can print an entire plate of prints with a with the 0.2 millimeter nozzle. You shouldn't have to scuff the bed. You're just, whatever side lifted, you're probably too far away. Or unless you have too much squish, then you were too close. Your bed level is probably close enough to initially stick, but not close enough to stay stuck. Also, I would use 220 for your first layer, then go down to 210 on your second layer. And also make sure that first layer is nice and slow. You want slow, hot, and sticky to get that first layer to stick. If it's a print with lots of sharp, like really hard cutbacks in the design, then you're going to want to add a brim. Well, there's a perfect first layer, but that perfect first layer has a range where as long as you're in that range, you're good. Okay, so it's not perfect, but you have a plus or minus variance. The smaller your layer height, the smaller your plus or minus variance for success. So a 0.12 millimeter layer height gives you a much larger variance than a 0.08 layer height. Silver shine PLA? Are you like a silk, a shiny silver? Me too. It's orange. Well, how about we do some sticker porn on video? Can't miss out on the LCD sticker porn, huh? Except this is a giant bed. So we got a big giant piece here. Get your porn music going. Oh, it tore. Oh, no. Can I recover? Yes. Oh, yeah, one big piece. And then, of course, don't forget, little porn. See, this is the porn hub of the 3D printing world. Plastic peeling. Yeah. You like it rough when it rips, huh? You like it rough, you weirdo. Oh, man, when you get that perfect first layer, that's just evil. CCI 3D. It's nice stuff. I'm printing with the bronze. It's like a greenish color. Really nice stuff. Just remember, silk PLA is prone to cracking because the layer adhesion is not as good. Your only solution is be careful or use a thicker nozzle because thicker extrusion width is stronger. So just be aware. The silk printed models will be more delicate. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Actually, with any nozzle, it's always good to have the same first layer. So if you have your printer perfectly tuned for a 0.2 millimeter first layer, then never use anything but a 0.2 millimeter first layer, and you'll never have a problem. If you decide you want to play around with 0.15 layer height, fine. Just make your first layer 0.2 millimeter and then switch to 0.1 millimeter. This way you never have to relevel your bed. What is that? Oh yeah, it's a link for the thing. And if you guys click on my Shop Creality link down below first, if you decide to buy that upgrade board, I'll get credit for it. Creality doesn't pay very well, but they do pay something. $50 is a lot, though. Is that the now I wonder if that's the same board that's in the CR10S Pro, because I hear that board is compatible with graphics displays like what's on the Ender 3, as well as LCDs. Probably a clone of the TMC drivers. I'm guessing it's like a TMC 2100 clone or something like that. The biggest nozzle I've tried to print with so far is a 1.5 millimeter nozzle. Mixed results. I need to get a brass 1.5 millimeter nozzle so that I get better heat distribution. Right now I'm using a hardened steel one, and I think the problem is the filament's cooling down too much by the time it gets to the end of the nozzle. Yeah, Volcano would definitely help. I actually just bought a cheap T3DP V6 knockoff clone for like 14 bucks on Amazon. But the cool part is that it comes with a Volcano block. So I'm going to try to put that Volcano block with Volcano nozzle on my Alpha Y View 20 to see if I get better results with the problem is there are no 1.5 millimeter Volcano nozzles, so I'm going to have to drill out a brass one. Sweet. No move date yet, because we are still working on closing with the store. He has a tentative agreement with the landlord to lease the property first and then buy it if there's no environmental issues with the fuel tank in the ground, because he's worried about that. But he wants to get the deal done. So if she agrees to that, he'll sign a 5-year lease. He'll buy the business from me, and then I'll be out of here. So in theory, he's telling me within 2 weeks we should be good to go. So I should know more in the next 2 weeks. Actually, I just bought a bunch of those too. They're like $6 a piece. They're like a Micro Swiss knockoff with the titanium heat break. I just built one. They come unassembled. Like that. Yeah, I just bought a couple of those too. I ordered some more of my aluminum units here, so I bought a couple of those while I was ordering. Haven't tried it yet. Well, I'm only interested in the Volcano block. I'm going to use an E3D original nozzle. Yep, they will. If you don't, if there's a gap, you're going to have a problem. Now, from what I understand, this is really easy to get into. I hate these ribbon cables, man. I just think they are so delicate. Apparently, all I got to do is remove these 4 screws and we're in. What was it? In like Flynn? Is that the phrase? I don't know. Nice. I bought a knockoff E3D V6 hot end. I should have it linked in the description in the my Amazon page. If I don't, I will add it when I'm done here tonight. It was like $14.99, $15.99 or something like that, and it came with a volcano block. So I was like, cool, I'll just order one of those. Yeah, I love the UFO box. I just love the. I haven't done a single one of the projects yet, but I love the fact that I have a whole set of projects that I can do in the future when I get ready. I just love the idea of little projects coming with each kit. Nice. And a 1mm nozzle is perfect for some silk vases. Remember, keep your layer height low. Keep your layer height at 0.2mm with the 1mm nozzle, and you'll get 6 strong prints, and you can't even see the layer lines. Now this should just pop right out. I think. Yes. Okay. So we have the base unit, the Tevo Neuros. I think I see what they're aiming for. It looks like they're aiming to try to make the entire bed assembly as lightweight as possible, which would explain why they went back to a DC bed with insulation, because they would have to use the same plate with an AC heat bed, and the AC heat bed would add weight. So the DC heat bed with no glass top, just a sticker that you put on it, and this ultra thin down wide carriage plate should result in a very lightweight bed relative to most printers this size. So I think that's what they're going for. So that will be interesting. But apparently getting into this thing is pretty easy. You got 4 screws, 2 on each side, and then this front panel just slides out. And there you go. You have access to everything inside. I believe this is why they have the power supply mounted this way instead of the other way, in order to allow these access to these connections here. It's a pity. I would still prefer it to be the other way, just to avoid stuff going in here. But we'll see. There is Wi-Fi on here, and there is an extra space for an. Oh, this heatsink was not on the chip. That's not good. So Tevo, watch your QC on that. This second time I did that. This heatsink was not on the stepper chip. It was sitting off to the side. It got moved in shipment. So what we have inside here is your power supply, your board, your Wi-Fi chip, cooling fan for this board, your, looks like this is the, okay, they had to work that around that, interesting. That's your cable going out, and this is your MOSFET for your DC heat bed. Okay. Wire management's pretty decent. I have no complaints. Looks like a finished edge down there, so you shouldn't have to worry about anything getting cut. Looks like all knurls on all of their connections. Instead of using wires going into the terminal blocks, they have properly crimped on ends that go into the terminal blocks. That's very good. I like that. It looks like they actually did a very good job putting this together. Now, what board is it? It's the Makerbox Robin Nano 1.1. I believe these are Allegro drivers, so I believe this will need TL smoothers. I'm assuming the Pro version is probably going to come with some quieter drivers. Not bad. We shall see. And then I love this. It has little pop-outs here. And that's how to make this whole thing just slide right in. Very nice. That's not bad at all. Carbon fiber is actually not that expensive in China. Well, relative to what it costs here. But it would definitely not be a $400 machine. You'd probably be looking at a $600 machine. How do I line these holes up? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I like this. I like this design. Very smart, very creative. Exactly. So you're not going to see that on a budget machine because you're going to pay a non-budget price but still have a budget machine. So not really worth it. Plus, the only part where there's only one part of the entire machine where you could really benefit from carbon fiber, literally one piece, and that's this piece right here. Why bother? The weight difference between this carbon fiber and this aluminum is just negligible. The rest of the printer doesn't need to be carbon fiber. There's no weight penalty. Hey, Nereus, it's Nick from the Rep Rap Festival. I'm still having leveling issues. What should I do? You got to be a little more clear. What do you mean you're still having leveling issues? You got to be a little more specific. Hello, Denmark. Is this Nick, the one I helped build the printer with at the show? Oh, cool, dude. Glad to see you're still involved with it. Bring your printer with you to Murph, and I'll try to help you out if I can. But the big thing is you just have to learn to recognize what leveling is. I would suggest watching my CR10 bed leveling basics video. That really goes into a lot of the details about how bed leveling actually works. Because the problem is bed leveling is a feedback system. Okay? And it's not feedback from the printer. It's feedback to you. So you do something, the printer does something, you recognize what the printer does, that's your feedback. You now have to interpret that feedback and make a change on the printer. You have to learn how to recognize the feedback the printer is giving to you and what to do about it. So when you print, actually, we're going to talk about that when we make our print on this. But basically, that first layer of filament needs to be a single strand that's like 2/3 the size of the bed. So a Marvin on a Ender 3 would be about a 75 millimeter skirt. So make a 75 millimeter skirt, which should come out to about here on an Ender 3, and that'll make you a circle around the entire Marvin. Okay? If it feels flat and smooth, you're too close. If you're able to move it when you touch it, you're too far away. Okay? You should be able to take your finger and do this, and that filament shouldn't move. It should feel like fishing line stuck down to the... So you should feel that bump of like a piece of fishing line, but it should be glued to the bed. That's when you know you got it right. And then as it makes it, make it slow. Turn the printer all the way down to 30-40%. So it's just going this fast. Okay? And then feel it. Test it. Take your fingernail to it. Touch it. Prod it. You know, if it comes off too easy, raise it up a little bit. If it's a little too flat, lower it down a little bit. You can get printing sheets off Amazon. They're very cheap. It's like $15 for 3 of them, I think, or something like that. But your original bed was flat enough. I did my print test on your original bed, and it printed fine. Yes. So let's get this up here without dropping the bed again. So they have crimp connections, all proper crimp connections inside this metal box. So nothing's exposed except for this connection back here, which is an actual ground. So they actually ground the frame of the printer now. So good job, Tevo. Oh, crap. I never stopped this. Oh, boy. That's going to be a lot of editing. I'm almost tempted to record that little bit over again. Where was I on that? Okay, I know what section I did when I opened this up. So all I gotta do is stop it after I was done explaining this. Everything else I can explain later. Okay. No problem. But a lot of it is learning. It really is. It's a very DIY experience. You and your brain and your senses are the feedback for the printer. So you have to learn to be that part of the printing process. We're quite a ways away from truly automatic printing. And the closest we're going to get to that right now is resin printing, because it's so straightforward. But you can get pretty close. Once you get it tuned, your biggest issue is going to be the bed leveling. Once you get bed leveling licked, no problems. You're good for most things, because even if you don't know how to tune a printer, you can overcompensate. If you make all of your prints 3 perimeters with 25% both way infill, pretty much everything's going to print. You're going to be wasting a lot of plastic, but pretty much everything will work for the most part. You'll just have to adjust for extreme variations in whatever you're printing. It's I don't know how to describe it. It's not really an art. I don't know if I'd call it an art. Maybe perfecting it might be slightly artistic, but I don't know. I don't think so. It's feedback. It's recognizing and interpreting feedback and then applying the corrective measures to the feedback you received. So it's a feedback loop. You have to learn to be that feedback loop. Yeah, exactly. It's a learning curve. Once you get it, though, it's just like, oh, that was easy. I mean, every now and then you'll hit a tricky print that makes you want to pull your hair. Yeah, Michelle, I'm on stream. What's up? No. Oh, today? Yeah, there's no mail for you. Yeah. All right. Bye. Yep, I know. I gotta go, Michelle. Bye. Some printers require you to level after every print. That usually indicates a mechanical fault. That gets into a larger learning curve. You have to start learning to be a mechanic and to be able to recognize how the printer works and what parts of the printer will cause that problem. For example, on the Ender 3, the most common reasons for having to level the print after every print is a loose bed or a right-hand vertical gantry that's too tight. Either of those, a loose bed could cause your springs to vibrate and move as it prints. Not as common. That's why I prefer to tighten my bed down nice and tight and then bring the nozzle to the bed. Because the tighter those springs are, the less they are likely are to vibrate loose as the printer's printing. But the big one is the right-hand vertical gantry. If that is too tight, it's going to cause your X arm to do this when it prints instead of doing this. And that will make your bed level totally inconsistent. So who won the over-under on the Michelle call? I don't understand. Oh, Michelle. She's my sister. She's my sister. My sister is mentally challenged. She's not a dummy. She's definitely not a moron. She's a smart person, but she has limited intellectual faculties, and she has a stunted maturity level. It happens. It's not her fault. Nothing she can do about it. It's the way her genetics were when she was born. So I have to take care of her. She calls me every hour of every day. I think part of the problem is I don't know what to do about it. I think she's very lonely, and she doesn't have anybody to talk to. And I hope I handle that right. I don't know how to. I don't know how to deal with that. Well, the reason she calls because she's at work. She helps me run the store, which is something I don't like doing, but I don't have a choice or we lose everything. We have to run the place. So I can't wait till we get out of here and I don't have to have her do that anymore. I'm always worried that some crazy guy's going to come in late at night and mess with her, and Thankfully, it's a small town with a good police force, but we never had a problem there, thankfully. But the big trick is going to be, she's 5'1". She's just over 5 feet tall, and she's 380 pounds. She's got 5 years tops, and she'll be dead. I got 10 tops, and I'll be dead if I don't get rid of this weight. I got to figure out how to pull my head out of my ass and lose this weight, and I got to figure out how to help her lose the weight too. And the problem is, it's like trying to work with a child. When they want something, it's very hard to get them to understand why they have to. So I hope I can succeed at that. But I have to set boundaries. I can't be as stern with her as you would with average Joe. I mean, my brother calls me not supposed to. I was like, hey, dickwad, you know you're not supposed to call me when I'm doing this. Okay? With her, it's not quite the same thing. It's like a 13-year-old child, a 12 or 13-year-old child calling you. You can't just say, hey, dickwad, stop calling. You've got to work with the child. The problem is, I have to do it with her because I don't think she'll make it long enough if I wait until after I succeed to then help her. I think the health ramifications will catch up to her faster than the help will. So I got to hope that I can change our lifestyle enough. Everything I'm doing is centering around us moving because I'm hoping, maybe I'm wishful thinking, maybe I'm full of it, I don't know. But I'm hoping that once we move, and I don't have to work 100 hours a week, and I don't have to worry about $100,000 in debt, I'm hoping that I'll be able to structure our life a little bit better so that I can take more control over the lifestyle we live to be healthier. That's what I'm hoping. I already do that. I walk 5 or 6 miles every day. My problem is I put too much food in my mouth. You know, that's the problem. Some Marlins. I have some Marlin stickers around here. Let's see. Here we go. Some Marlins. Well, I can't run. Never. I cannot run. That's just not an option. It's off the table. It has to be swimming, elliptical, or bicycle. I am 420 pounds. If I run, I will need new knees in 2 years. The doctor told me that straight up. He's like, if you run, I'll see you in 2 years for knee replacement surgery. Can't. Okay? So it has to be low impact. It has to be high cardio, high cardiovascular, but it has to be low impact on the joints. So that's elliptical, that's swimming, and that's just standard walking and standard bicycling. You said Marlins. You said Marlins. What I need is for the zombie apocalypse to occur. Then I can go on an ultra high protein cannibalist diet. I'll lose weight real quick. I'm going to secure this bed before I end up knocking it off again. I do like these knobs. Are they molded or printed? They are printed, but they are very nice. They use brass heat set inserts and very nice knobs. That's a good design. Yes, because veggies are very expensive. That's the other thing that I'm hoping. I'm hoping that once I'm doing this full time, that the income that I earn will increase. And if it increases enough to be able to support me out there with the lower cost of living, I'm hoping that will result in me being able to buy better food more consistently. Right now, I buy based on price and only price. Even if I don't like what I'm eating, it's what I buy based on price. If I can get my cost of living low enough, I'm hoping I will then be able to dedicate more funds toward buying healthier food. Plus, I just need to get more active. That's the big thing. Yes, I saw that, Richard. Anything at Nereus.com will get to me. So what I need to do is to get back on the bike. I was losing weight like crazy when I was riding. And the problem is now I work so many hours, I just can't. There's no time. But once I get out there and life slows down and weather is better, I'm getting my ass back on that bike immediately. This fat ass is going to stop being a fat ass fast. I was thinking about that, but it becomes very boring to me. You know, I would love the idea of a generator to add some power to the house because I plan to go partially off grid, at least with lighting. But riding the bike, I'm constantly seeing new stuff. I always take a different route every time I ride, just because it's visually stimulating, and that keeps me entertained. It keeps it exciting. Although it is a lot better when you have someone to ride with. No, gastric bypass is not an option. First of all, I didn't need surgery to get fat. I don't need surgery to get unfat. I don't have a medical problem. I have a mental problem. Okay? So I have to fix the mental problem first. Gastric bypass doesn't work unless you fix the mental problem first. And if I can fix the mental problem, then I don't need the gastric bypass in my particular instance. On top of that, it's $36,000. I ain't got $36,000. And there's probably other ancillary costs that go along with that. And on top of that, if you don't beat the mental problem and you get the gastric bypass anyway, it can kill you. Yep. The problem is carbs are cheap. That's the problem. Goddamn carbs are cheap. I agree. I think it will bend easy. That's one thing I would like to really see them improve upon, is use a much beefier bed. I do not like the Y carriage plate on this. I don't think it's going to be as bad as I think, but I would prefer them to beef it up. Ultimately, what it comes down to is calories in, calories out. No matter what you eat, you can lose weight eating sugar only. You'll die of malnourishment, but you can lose weight eating sugar only. If you eat 1,000 calories and you burn 1,500 calories, you just lost a third of a pound. Okay? Here's something that you don't know. When you lose weight, where does it go? How do you lose weight? Before you think, you don't shit it out. That's not where it goes. Do you know where it goes? No, not your sweat. Only water comes out of your sweat. You got it. CO2. You literally breathe it out as carbon. That's how you get rid of weight. When you lose weight, it's excess carbon you're breathing out. So you're literally breathing your weight loss. How crazy is that? Yes, she is moving with me to New Mexico. They threw her out when they realized that she couldn't pay. Isn't that nice of them? I got so much ass, they asked me if I wanted a zip code. I just looked at the postal inspector. I was like, this zip code's going to sit on you. Isn't that crazy? I thought that was so crazy. It just blew my mind when I found that out. I was like, that's crazy. Makes sense once you think about it. But still, it's like, wow, mind blown. I'm guessing the consequences would be bad, though. Well, when your life is a living hell, you better develop good humor really quick or you're in deep shit. Now, see, this one in particular, I am not going to do what I normally do, squeeze the bed all the way down, just because I think it'll bend the Y carriage. I think I have these bed screws in upside down. I started 3D printing in order to save money making nose cones for my rockets. That's what got me into 3D printing. This nose cone cost me about 50 cents to make. To buy one's like 15 bucks. So I built a lot of rockets, so nose cones. Yeah, last week I finally got a haircut. I figured we're close enough to Murph. Now, one thing I do love that Tevo does is that they make these really nice instruction manuals. I wish all manufacturers would start doing that. Yeah, I might just reprint them in orange. Yep, I have them upside down. Yes, you can never have too much orange. Anybody who thinks you can have too much orange, there's something wrong with them. No, the silk PLA is actually not tricky to print with. It's actually easy to print with. The problem with silk PLA is that the layer adhesion is not as good. So thin parts with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle can snap, even while printing. Like I snapped my Adelinda Dragon multiple times during the print. Just the nozzle would touch it the wrong way, and crack! You'd hear it from across the room because it cracks quite loud. No, I have not tried their filament. Yes and no. Technically, I do not have my first 3D printer, but in reality, I do. My first 3D printer was a Makerbox Mini, and it had problems, and they replaced it for me. So technically, the first 3D printer I have is the replacement Makerbox Mini. Obviously, I had to send the other one back. So yes and no. It's actually still in the box upstairs in my closet. Yes. And my second printer I ever got was a Monoprice Maker Select 100 Duplicator i3. I still have that right there. it's kind of taken apart. I got to put it back together and fix it. That looks good. Let's see what the instructions say here. Glance over them real quick. Well, I guessed right. That is the first step. Actually, second step. First step is the feet. Then the gantry. Then the hot end. LCD screen. Adjustments. Adjustments. Installation of end stops. Pretty straightforward. But good manual that goes through each step. Shows you the on-screen portions. Shows you the options in the slicer for how to use it. I mean, they do a pretty decent job on their instruction manual. First thing I ever printed, I believe it was a calibration cube that was on the that was built into the software, and I believe the second thing I ever printed was a Marvin. And then the third thing I ever printed, which I sadly do not have anymore because I screwed up, I printed a set of valve stem covers for my car. And when the car got totaled, I forgot to take the valve stem covers off. Damn it. 3 years and 65,000 miles, and they were still good. My fourth print, I am still using to this day. It is the little caps for your tires on your car. My fourth print was a wall mount jack for my electric car. And I'm still using, it's still bolted to the building at work right now. I put my car jack in there when I charge my car. There we go. Good. Somebody approved it. Good. I like it. 3D printing. Like, for example, one of the reasons I enjoy rocketry is that I can mix all of my passions. I get to mix my passion for rockets and space travel and science. I get to mix my passion for model building and construction and designing. I get to mix my passion for photography, and I get to mix my passion for radio control. It's a multidisciplinary hobby. And that's also why I like 3D printing. I mean, 3D printing, I mean, for Christ's sake, man, it's a goddamn primitive Star Trek replicator. It's awesome. I can dream it, I can make it, and that's just cool. Nope, I don't want to do that. I don't want to damage that cord. No. If I was going to keep the store, I was going to try to go with 3D printing some sex toys, just because why not? You know, bespoke, custom sex toys. I think that would sell. But once I leave this place, I don't want to deal with that anymore. There's nothing in it for me. I mean, I guess if there's enough demand, I can put some up on an Etsy shop or something like that, but I doubt there's that much demand. Yes, that's because of the drivers. Now, what truly amazes me is the people who design this stuff. I mean, the way their minds have to work to be able to process this stuff and make this stuff is just mind-blowing. It's incredible. The amount of skill necessary has got to be just incredible. Why isn't this working? You're there. Just go in the hole. Wrong size wrench? Yeah. Wrong size wrench. Why won't this go in the hole? Oh, there's burring. They didn't clean up their drill holes very well. Why won't this go in? Wait a minute. I have different size bolts here. Why are there different size bolts? Yeah, that's a different size bolt. That's why I didn't want to go in. I can try Space FPV. Go ahead and ask. Oh, yeah. Different size bolts. Because I don't have enough time to even attempt to plan that, to figure out which ones are worth selling and not worth selling. Plus, probably the only printers I could probably sell are the ones I don't want to sell. So, for example, yeah, if I brought a couple of Enders, I could probably sell those, but I don't want to sell my Enders. It's kind of tough. Plus, I have limited space inside the van, and I'm already bringing 2 tables worth of prints and 3 printers to show off while I'm there. Plus, I'm picking somebody up and all of his gear as well. What settings for a 0.8 nozzle? If you go to, hang on, if you're using Cura, you got to change your nozzle size or your line width to 0.8 millimeters, and you're going to want to slow down. So start off at 30 millimeters per second and adjust your speed based on the results you get. You're probably also going to need to increase your temperature because you're going to be extruding 4 times the amount of plastic per pass, and that's assuming you stick with a 0.2 millimeter layer. If you go to a 0.4 millimeter layer, you're talking about 8 times the amount of plastic, or it's the other way, no, 4 times the amount of plastic. So 2 times to 4 times. So you're going to have to watch your print speed. But beyond that, it's just a matter of adapting based on what you see the printer doing. Change your nozzle width, change your temperature to a little higher, and change your speed to a little lower. Somebody has to send me one. I don't really have the means to just buy every printer I want. Now, why would it hold that comment? Yeah, start with a 0.2 layer height and then adjust from there. A 0.8 nozzle can make some pretty nice 0.4 millimeter layers, but start off with 0.2 first and then go from there and see how you like it. Well, hopefully at the new place I'll have room. Technically, I have the room here. It's a 2,300 square foot house. It's full of everybody's shit. It's the problem. The disadvantage of the Tornado, the heavy bed. So you're going to have to watch out for layer shifting. Beyond that, Tornado's a good machine. Okay, now we got some nice feet. I got to tighten up that. Okay. A little hard to reach these bed knobs. There we go. Now let's make sure. That's a pretty good indication we got a good slide. Oh no, we're still loose. The rear one is still loose. There we go. No, still a little loose. There we go. No divots. And no jiggle. That's good enough for now. Do they include a wrench? Yes, they do. Although, yeah, that's never going to freaking work. Although, if you adjust the bed before you install the heat bed, then that'll work. Yes, I am. Layer adhesion is out of this world. 1.2 millimeter extrusions are damn near indestructible. Oh, wow. Linear rails or linear guide rails? Linear guide rails like the Ortur 4 or linear rails like the Sapphire S? Am I missing anything? You can't have... Oh, this is one belt. I do wish to tighten this up a little bit. Which way's better? This way's better. Not easy to get to this from over here. Nope. Nope. Maybe. Nope. Come here. I think you are this one. That's too small. Nope, it's just right. Go. Sweet. 200 victims. 206 victims. How are my critters tonight? My layer height ranges from as low as 0.1 millimeters, which 0.2 is still my favorite, and as high as 0.8 millimeter. I'll show you an example in a moment. Just got to get this little booger to tighten up. Let me do a little clip here. Okay, I got the heat bed installed. It's just the bolts, springs, and leveling knobs. Make sure the protruding part of the leveling knob is up. Couple things. You're going to want to adjust the wheels for your eccentric nuts on your heat bed, and you're going to want to adjust the tension for your belt before you install the heat bed. Because with the heat bed installed, it's very hard to get to these two bolts, and this is where you want to adjust your tension. And you're never going to get to your bolts with the included wrench with the heat bed in place. So you're going to want to do that before you install the heat bed. Or if you have one of these handy, that'll work afterwards. Remember your bed's going to be loose, so this will wobble. You got to check front and back so that you're checking both sets of wheels. And we usually tighten up the wheels only enough to stop the wobble. And if you feel carefully and look, you can tell which wheel is wobbling. So you can stop tightening this one, get to this one, tighten that up. Okay? And you want to make sure that when you roll this bed back and forth, you don't feel any divots. You don't feel any flat spots on the wheels. That's how you know if you feel flat spots, you're too tight. Okay? The motor itself, these are adjustable on the end, but I think it's better just to leave these alone. And you have slotted holes that the stepper motor attaches to here on this bracket. So loosen all 4 bolts. This motor will then move forwards and backwards this way. Okay. Push it back with your hand, tighten the bolts up. There you go. You just tension your belt. You get that little bit of a twang, but not too much. Too tight is a problem. So we will now go on to installing the gantry. No wobble whatsoever. You do not want wobble. If this wobbles, either you can actually grab this and move it side to side, and if your eccentrics are loose, you'll actually be able to move it side to side. Okay, you'll also feel that if you do this. So side to side, up and down, you feel the wobble. This is going to flex. That's normal. You'll feel the difference immediately. You'll know what I'm talking about once you feel it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, loosen them so they do wobble. Now you know what wobble feels like. Now retighten them until they stop wobbling. I do like the gantry cutouts, and Tevo does do that a lot. They did that on the Tevo Flash as well. That's very nice. As long as they're cut properly, they're good. Yeah, he's not going to send me one. And I don't blame him. I'm not a big enough channel for him to warrant sending an $800 printer to me. It doesn't make sense from his perspective. But yeah, I wouldn't say no. Standing on this? No, you'll destroy it. Oh, I want to show you guys the layer heights. So this is a 1.2 millimeter print with 0.4. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this, but this is 0.4 millimeter layers. Okay? And this is a 1.2 millimeter print with 0.2 millimeter layers. You can hardly feel a thing. Most people think thicker nozzle, you can't use thin layers. That's not true. I print with 0.2 millimeter all the time. But I print 3 times as fast because I'm extruding 3 perimeters in one pass. Yeah. Well, part of that is because I don't have as many viewers. I mean, that's a logistical reality. If there were 1,500 people in this stream right now, I'd be lucky to get to 10% of you. Because it would be either sit here and talk on the stream or build the printer. There'd be too many. I mean, this is, 200-300 people is about my limit for being able to handle the content stream and give full interaction to everybody as best I can and still actually get something done. But I mean, we've gone 2 hours and 21 minutes. So take away the first half an hour. It's taken us an hour and 50 minutes to get through step 1, which I'm fine with. Part of the fun is this interaction. Part of the fun is this interaction. But the channel has to grow or I can't financially survive. And that means the interaction will suffer a little. Okay, but I'm going to try to. Streams of 3D printing streams are never going to have the kind of viewership that like Incursus gets on his Forts streams. He sometimes gets 1,500, 2,000 people on a stream. Forget it. You're not interacting with that many people. I don't have to worry about that. It's part of the reason why I like streams is that the nature of this technology is that I'm never going to have a 2,000 person stream. I'm probably never going to have a 500 person stream. But that's good because that limits the overhead and allows more interaction. So I'm hoping that continues. Well, that's the fun, I mean, think about it. Who the hell wants to watch an 8-hour stream? Nobody! Very few people are going to watch an 8-hour stream. That's why I have to release regular videos. The only way a stream like this works is if you're here and you're participating in the stream. Then it's worth it. Then it makes sense. But to come back tomorrow and watch an 8-hour stream, for the average user, that's asking a lot. What they're going to do is they're going to go click, 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 and skip through it and get to the different parts. And some people do. Yeah, some people do watch the streams. But nowhere near enough for that to be a profitable endeavor. So that's why you'll see me recording these little clips. Later on, I can release a 15 or 20-minute video that includes this entire build as well. So that people who can't just sit down and watch an 8-hour stream every week can also get the same content. But when you're live, the interaction makes the time worth it. So that's cool. Exactly. It's too much. And I don't expect that of anybody. I mean, that's some hardcore dedication. Because I release a lot of content as far as time-wise. Yeah, that's the problem. On the one hand, I'm covering all the time zones. On the other hand, only part of the stream covers these time zones. Oh God, I would have killed to work with the Mythbusters. Oh my, I'll mop their floors. to work with the Mythbusters, I would have been their janitor and mopped the damn floors. That would have just been awesome. Yes, my sister is going with me to New Mexico. So, next step is gantry, which is this bit. Okay. I do love this, that they customize this. That's awesome. Okay. I do like the separation. I do like the nice plate. I do like the unified plug connection. This is a single screw. I'm guessing the Pro will be a dual screw. So on this machine, making sure this is not too tight will be important. So here's our trolley for our X-axis. You guys see that? Yeah, right here. And this is actually pretty neat. I really like this because this potentially makes swappable hot ends practical, especially if you break all these connections and change them to plugs so that you can plug things into these plugs instead of having this connection go all the way back. Because this is just, you got two nice big beefy connections here. This just bolts right onto here like that. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's really pretty cool. So you can take this off and swap a different hot end on here, in theory, if you make this able to do that. So I'm kind of excited about that. Yes, it does have Z-Rod capture. For the moment, I will leave that in place. This rod does look pretty darn straight. I see no wobble whatsoever. So as long as the alignment is good, it won't be a problem. If I start noticing Z-wobble, I'll get rid of it. I do love that CNC machine snap-in fit like that. That's just nice. Yeah, like an XT30 for the heater and a couple of JSTs for everything else. It'll be fine. Make this whole thing removable and swappable. You know, get another bracket and get another one of these brackets from Tevo, or just make one. And it shouldn't be that difficult to just sell these brackets and allow people to make customized hot ends, to change out their hot ends if they want. And again, they're going with the ultralight mantra. This is just a nice thin piece of sheet metal that wraps around like that with a top part here. Fan bolts inside. These two fans bolt inside, and this whole thing just bolts to the hot end. That's not bad. Looks like they use red PLA to test this. And now I do know this can have a BL Touch added to it. They have mounting for it right here. There's 2 holes, and apparently those 2 holes are so you can add a BL Touch to this. I don't know if it's something you enable in firmware, if you have to copy new firmware to it. I don't know how that works. I don't know if a DB15 connector will handle the amps, because you could be pulling 40 watts from that heater. Oh, I know. It's incredible. The quality that they can get out of these machines nowadays is truly remarkable. Well, the big thing that did it was these extrusions. That's what did it. Oh, yeah. The race to the bottom is done. Now there's only one direction, up. And that's what I told everybody. I was like, don't worry about it. I was like, yes, we're going to have a race to the bottom. And when we hit bottom, they're going to have to start going up again. Do you prefer this X carriage or the one from the CR10S Pro or the CR10S? They're all the same. These X carriages are all the same, basically. 3 wheels and a bracket. Fan and a hot end. 3 wheels and a bracket. 3 wheels and a bracket. You could almost take this assembly and put it on a CR10S Pro or a CR10S and take those assemblies and put it on here. It's all basically the same thing. I would kill for an Artemis. My favorite resin printers would be the Eligo and the Photon because of that live adjust feature. Although I'm kind of excited about the new Photon S. I'm hoping I can get one somehow, because I would love to have that matrix LED array. Well, I'm saying, well, their firmware might do it automatically. It's got that MKS-based color interface, so it might just be a simple matter of enable and disable. Hell yes, CR10S is still my go-to awesome printer. You can't go wrong with a CR10S. It might even be cheaper just to replace the faulty heat bed. You might be able to order that pretty cheap. I doubt they'll price match, and it's pretty unfair to ask them to because they're paying Amazon's fees. One of the reasons it costs more to buy the ComGrau printer on Amazon is because Amazon takes a cut, and you get that free 2-day Prime shipping. So a $49 premium for that is not a bad deal. I would love to have that new 200 Piopoly MOI. The new bigger one. No, I don't. Exactly. No questions asked return policy. Trust me, it's worth the 49 bucks. No, it's $3.99 for an Ender 5. No, I'm sorry. It's yeah. No, it's less than that actually. Oh, hang on. I got people to shout out. Emery, 30 bucks. You're awesome. I'm waiting until I get that Jacinth filament from Esun. It's not available in the US yet, but it's an orange silk. I'm going to make your Mega Maker coin with that one. Yeah, the Ender 5 is $329 on Creality's website, and it's $349 on Amazon with Comgrowl. That's a $20 premium. Yeah, buy the Comgrowl one. Because Amazon charges the seller. It doesn't cost Amazon anything to offer that warranty. They punish the seller if the product is no good. So that encourages the sellers to have good products. How do you think I got all those Ender 2s so cheap? Ah, okay. Oh, they might be able to price match. I don't know. I don't know how the Amazon UK works. Yeah, but here it's a $20 difference. Have you considered ordering it from Creality? Because that's $329. That's actually 300. Yeah, that's about 250 pounds. Although I don't know how much you're going to get nicked by that. That's probably going to hurt a little bit. It's not normal a thing that happens, I don't think. When they told me they were going to stop stocking the printer because of returns, I simply asked them. I was like, what are you doing with the returns? It's a unique situation where they have to figure out how to get rid of them because they can't ship them back to China. And so we negotiated a deal to buy them. I don't know if that's common or if they do that often, but I suspect the Chinese printer manufacturers do. Yeah, but what about VAT? I'm pretty sure he's going to get nailed for VAT when it enters the country. So it might end up being cheaper to buy it from a UK vendor that includes VAT. Yeah, exactly. That's what I did. I speak with them directly. And they said yes. We negotiated, and the price was acceptable to me, and I bought them. You got to be prepared to have a lot of money. You know, I had to pay $700, you know, because I bought 10 of them. Or 9 of them or something like that. But they were very cool about it. You know, it worked out great. No warranty, of course. But that's okay. I didn't need one. No, if you order from Creality, it'd be coming from China. And I don't know what the import duties are from China. Yes, I think the CR10S is significant improvement over the CR10. Is it really that big of a price difference between them? Now, if you want to go much, much cheaper, you can get like the AlphaWise U20 for like $299. Yes, I will after I tighten them. Yes, the CR20 is very nice. I personally, if I were to buy another one, I'd buy the Pro. The hot end is better. The electronics are better. The screen is better. The printer structure is better. The ABL kind of sucks, but you can work around that. I love my 10 Pro. If I could have 10 of those, I would. It needs work, but they're constantly improving it. Oh, it's bigger. That's right, 300. Duh. That's not going to work either. Ow. Oh, I would love to get like a rail core, especially the extended one they're going to come out with. Oh, that'd be so nice. My current best buy for a 3D printer, in my opinion, is the Ender 5. You get a 220 by 220 by 300 build volume. You get the Ender 3 Pro features, and you get a virtually impossible to put together wrong structure. I love my Ender 5s. How much do you think it costs to make an Ender 5 in China? Probably under $100. Even the Ender 3 is technically 220 by 220, but you can address a little more. But in reality, it's 220 by 220. Okay, next you drop the gantry into place, your vertical gantry. Make sure this is high enough not to be in the way. And you put the 4 bolts in from the bottom to attach it. The next step will be to attach this really spiffy little modular hot end. This little hot end, 2 bolts, and it just bolts right on just like that. That's pretty slick. I'd like to see Tevo offer these brackets for sale so people can make their own, different hot ends for their printer. Put a direct drive on here, put a mosquito hot end on here, come up with your own design, put an E3D V6 on here, and just have it bolt right up with that bracket. Be pretty nice. Boy, having the mouse is so nice. Yeah, that is weird that the price difference is so small. Yes. Best way to go to 0 is to not go to 0. Is to make your start point higher than 0 and then simply move towards 0. So basically, if you have a 10 millimeter thick object you're trying to cut into, start at 10 millimeters. And then you simply tell it to go to 9 millimeters, and that's 1 millimeter down. Ooh. Ender 5 to be a workhorse. T3DP Sapphire to be a badass, cool little Core XY. And I really love the color screen UI on the Sapphire as well. The Ender 5 will probably be a little easier to build. Sapphire has a little bit of QC problems. Nothing fatal, but you'll have to work through them. Boy, that's a tough one. The Ender 5 has the advantage of a much bigger build volume. It's 200 cubed for the Sapphire, while it's 220, 220, 300 for the Ender 5. That's a pretty big difference. That's almost double build volume. Not quite. 50, 60% more build volume. Oh, cool. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, I don't know anything about CNCs. Yes, the Ender 5s are now shipping with a Landy power supply. Apparently, they're having supplier issues with Meanwell, getting enough of them. They're probably selling more Ender 5 printers than Meanwell can make power supplies. I'm not kidding when I say they sell a lot. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't know how many they sell, but I know it's absolutely insane how many they sell. Now, they claim the Landy power supply is UL certified like the Meanwell power supply. The advantage of the Meanwell power supply is it's UL certified. I don't know. If it's UL certified and if it can put out the rated 350 watts, then no, it's not a downgrade. The reason I like the Meanwell power supply is that it's UL certified and it puts out its rated power, which is one of the reasons you can get the bed so nice and hot. The cheaper power supplies, like on the Ender 3, they struggle to get past 100 degrees on the bed because the power supply can't put out its true rated power, while the Meanwell can. If you want to print ABS on an Ender 3, the best upgrade you can make is, besides an enclosure, is a Meanwell power supply, because you'll get the full 350 watts that's rated for. So if the Landy can put out the rated power and it is UL certified, I would not consider that a downgrade. Okay, next. Where is that SD card? Let's get that installed while it's easy. I guess I better copy some files over to it first. Give me a second. I want to copy some files over onto this. Oh. Bed leveling Marvin. 3D Benchy. Okay. Too big. 6 hours. Here we go. There we go. Test space, test rocket. Okay. Get this little booger in here. So the SD card's in there, I don't have to worry about losing it. Now, bolts for the hot end. Where are the bolts for the hot end? I'm guessing they're in here. Yeah, I'm guessing those 2 silver screws. Ah, crap. Good thing they include 3. Wow, 13.3-inch panel. I hope it's at least 4K. And the nice thing is they have steel inserts on the bracket so that you're going through aluminum into steel. So you don't have to worry about stripping it. $1,500 ain't bad. I don't have it, but that ain't bad. Wow. Hey, Frozen, want to send me a review in it? Wow. Oh, so that's probably an intro price. Ribbon cable blew out. There we go. Let's get rid of this tape. Okay, I see. That must be what these two are for. That fits there. But that is too big. So I'm missing a bolt. Or I have the wrong bolt in the wrong place somewhere. Because that's a skinny one. Oh, wait a minute. This is too big anyway. I bet you it uses these. Yeah. Yep. These are short little black ones. I just realized those are way too long. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the threading on the other underside. When I said the threading was bad, no, I was using the wrong bolt. Yeah, they're in this bag here. Is Rue Raptor here? Yeah, I watched their video first. No, it's a touchscreen. It's a color touchscreen. Yeah, I saw your guys' prints on the Nereus, and they look pretty nice for print-wise. I'll throw some TL Smoothers on here next week. What's UBL? Yeah, you guys make good videos. I like watching your videos. Unified bed leveling. Yes. It looks like a neat little printer. I mean, it's nothing that people like you and I are going to want, although I'd gladly review one. But it looks like a neat little printer for its design purpose. For me, the best bed leveling option is a print bed so flat that you don't need bed leveling options. No, it cannot. It's a metal bracket here that's one-sided. And also this ribbon cable is probably not going to reach over here. But yeah, I'm surprised they did that. I would have preferred this to be on this side, so it's on the same side as the spool. Now, I guess you could make your own bracket and move it. Actually, is that plastic? I can't tell. That might be plastic. Yeah, I think it's plastic. So you could make your own bracket and put it over here if the ribbon cable will reach. Probably. It'll help protect this ribbon cable. Yeah. You touch your teeth to plastic or metal. You can tell right away if it's plastic or metal. I'll teach it. Alrighty. And where does the end stop go? On the outside on the left. Well, that's different. That's a different kind of beast altogether, though. But I have a CR10S5. That's a 500 millimeter by 500 millimeter aluminum and glass sheet bed. I manually leveled it in one shot, no problem. Okay, yours is different because you have multiple lead screws. That's because you're moving the entire bed. That changes everything. Sweet. I was wondering when they'd get the Ender 5 and wondering why they haven't. Okay, that feels a little tight, but not crazy tight. I'm tempted to leave that alone for now. This, on the other hand, does not feel right. I'm going to loosen this up a little bit. I don't like how tight this is. I want this looser. Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, but because you have multiple lead screws, you kind of need a little help with that. That'd be a pain in the butt to manually level that. So I totally get that. Why isn't this stable? The bottom wheel is tight, but the top and inside wheel are loose. That's not right. For this to be stable, that top wheel should be touching. So it's almost like this whole arm is pivoted wrong. That's flat. That's flat. But something feels cockeyed. All right, it's moving smooth. Okay, I'm not too worried about that then. Let's just get that snugged. Okay, that is snug. See, the trick is to do this. If you can see this, I'm rolling my finger on the coupler. Now I'm making the x-axis go up and down. So the trick is to make sure that end moves at exactly the same time that this end moves. Okay? If that's too tight, what you're going to see is instead of doing this, it's going to do this. I'm exaggerating, of course. But what's going to happen is this end's going to start moving, and it's going to move for a certain distance before this end overcomes the tightness resistance and begins moving and catches up. And the same thing going back down. If that happens, this end's too tight. You gotta loosen it up a little bit. So when you roll this back and forth, both sides should move together. If they don't move together, you're going to have a problem. You're never going to get a bed level. You're probably seeing scan in the video, but in real life it's not. Yeah, in real life, they look like they're moving together. Yeah, it looks okay to me. I still don't like how this one here is loose, and it shouldn't be. I don't like that. But I don't see a way of getting rid of it. The only way I can get rid of it would be to eccentricize this hole and to push that wheel in. It's almost like this tri-wheel arrangement isn't lined up correctly. It's tilted like this a little bit so that these two are tight, but this one's not tight. And what it should be is that these two should be tight against the rail, and this one should adjust the tightness of the three combo. This one here is just loose on its own. Yeah, kind of, except inside. Do you have a washer missing or added somewhere? No, this is all pre-assembled. The frame looks nice and straight. This rail to this rail looks nice and straight. Looks like a clean 90 degree. I don't see no problems. Ew, grease. Okay. Okay. All right. So this is my Z switch. I better do another clip. Alrighty, so I have adjusted the tightness of the eccentrics. This one feels a little odd. This top wheel is loose for some reason, and yet the other two are properly snugged. I'm not entirely sure why. I'm guessing this triangle arrangement is a little cockeyed, but it seems to move up and down cleanly without a problem. So you roll your axis back and forth and make sure both ends go up and down together. If there's a large difference between when that one goes up and this one goes up, then that one's too tight. So you gotta loosen that up a little bit. Make sure these aren't too tight. You should be able to, the wheels should have friction, but if you force them, they should be able to roll inside the extrusion. So see how I'm making this wheel roll? It's taking force for me to do that, but I can make it roll. That's how you know you got enough tightness. On this one, if you don't have enough tightness, if you grab this and pull it front and back, it'll jiggle inside the rail. So loosen it up until this jiggles front to back, and then tighten it until it stops jiggling. Then you know you're good. The hot end bolts on to steel inserts, so you're bolting steel into steel through the aluminum, so you don't have to worry about stripping anything. Very nice. That's attached. I do have to check the tightness of this assembly. It's definitely not too loose, but it does feel like it might be too tight. So I will adjust that eccentric nut so it's not so tight. Same thing, loosen the eccentric nut until this wobbles, then tighten the eccentric nut until this stops wobbling. Then stop, you're good. Next is to connect all the wiring, and we should be ready for first power up after installing the bed sticker. Good point. I got to get a bigger ruler because you're right. If those beams are cockeyed, actually, there's an easy way to test that. Bring it to the top. You are correct. Because now the inner one is a little loose like it should be, and the outer ones are tight, which means that we do have an eccentricity in the distance between the beams. So I need a tape measure or a yardstick. which I do not think I have. Okay. I'll have to improvise. So this is not going to be very precise. Better off with a piece of paper. But I don't think this is wide enough. Nope. Nope. Why? Rest in peace, headphone users. What happened? Ah. Holy crap, that's heavy. But that'll work. So they are farther apart up here. So I got to move them out. There we go. I bet you that little bit will be enough. Good. Good night, Steve. Still a little loose, but it is better. So maybe I got to push this one out as well. Did you see the statement Anycubic posted about maybe taking legal action against third-party mods to their printers? Either they're stupid because they have no legal footing to stand on, or there's a bad conversion of language here, and that's not what they're saying. I don't think they're stupid. So I think there might be a language conversion problem there. Send me a link. Not in here, though. I can't click it in here. Either in DM in Twitter or email. It has to be a bad translation because they can't make third-party modifications illegal. They can't do that. I can and will do anything I want to my printers. Yeah, it has to be a bad communication. Just a misunderstanding of language. Okay. Yeah, that has to be a bad translation. If I had to guess what they're trying to say, is that somebody is making clones of their machines and selling it under their name. So it'd be like if Tevo made this printer and said this is a Creality CR10. Well, it's not. It's a Tevo Neuros. So I have a feeling that's what they're trying to say. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense. Oh yeah, they can absolutely do that. Oh yeah. If you once you modify your machine, your warranty is void. I'm a proud warranty voider. Who's MK Me Lab? Oh, I know that, but how come your handle is highlighted with a check mark and in gray? Oh, cool. Yeah, that's totally reasonable. If you modify your printer, you're on your own. Yeah, and I totally understand that. I mean, you can't support a machine that somebody's modified because you have no idea what you're supporting. Now, obviously, if one of their components fails and it has nothing to do with my modification, I would expect them to honor the warranty on their components that failed, as long as nothing I did caused the failure. Agreed. Well, they're not going to sue you. What are they going to do? Fly over here to the U.S. and go after you? But that's bad practice. If you modify a machine, it's a modified machine. You should not give the original machine a bad review because of that. Yeah, you are. But hey, that's half the fun, man. I have a shirt somewhere that says I void warranties. I love it. It's great. Now, how far forward? That comes to there, which means I can secure that to there. For now, until I make a mount for that, that will work fine. What I did here, the same thing you want to do on your CR10S Pro as well, is I secured the bed cable to the top of the rail here. The reason for that is to make sure when this bed comes back that this cable unrolls behind the printer like that, nice, loose, without jamming up, instead of this cable being stuffed down in this hole here, and now this gets a nice hard bend as it pinches over this rail. Okay? So by taping that to the top here, this cable, it's like a cable chain. This cable unrolls nice and smoothly to the back of the printer and doesn't hang up. That's what you want. And that is far enough forward that when I go all the way forward, it's not pulling on the cable. I'm hitting the stop up front. Now, can I go up the back with this, or do I have to go out the side? I'm going to assume I have to go out the side. Of course, I really should be reading the directions, because they'd probably tell me. That goes there, and this probably goes down here. Yes, that is X, which goes right there. This all goes to the breakout board, so that's already connected. Let's make sure our Titan clone is actually tight. Snug it up. It looks good. Well, that's not exactly true. A lot of these companies, okay, warranties and China. First, you have to understand there's a language barrier. Okay, so you have to explain clearly. To get support from a Chinese company that does not speak your language, and you can't expect them to speak your language. you have to do some work. So you have to get help from the community if you can't do it yourself, but you got to try to figure out what's wrong with the printer as best you can, so that when you request help from the company, you can be as explicit as possible. For example, diagnose the printer and find out the lead screw is bent. Okay, so I figure that out. I diagnose it. Okay, the lead screw is bent. I contact the company. Okay, I'm having a problem with your printer. I have a Z in my prints. I have diagnosed and narrowed down the problem to my lead screw is bent. I removed the lead screw and rolled it on the table, and I can see that the lead screw is bent. Can you send me a replacement lead screw? They will probably say yes. They might ask you to take a picture. They might ask you where you got it from, but they will probably say yes and send you a picture. If you say, I'm getting wobble in my prints, can you send me a new printer? They're not going to do it. Okay, they wouldn't make any money, right? So you have to be reasonable to some extent. If you're reasonable and if you help them help you, they will usually work with you. Oh, I never thought about contractions. That's interesting. Exactly. Because what else can they do? They can't just keep sending you parts. It'll cost a fortune. So you gotta work with them. You know, if you work with them, they will. Most of them will try to help you out. I mean, I've had Anycubic send me replacement parts. I've had Creality send me replacement parts. I've had Tevo send me replacement parts. But I did the legwork to figure out exactly what was wrong. I explained to them what was wrong. Explained to them what I did to figure that out, and they said, "Okay, no problem. We'll send you the part." Okay, so you gotta work with them. If you come off like a dick, they're gonna tell you to go fuck yourself. Because I mean, what are you gonna do? Fly 20,000 miles over to China and yell at them? No, okay, so be nice. Turn off automatic bed leveling. Okay, that plate is more than flat enough. You don't need it. Okay, turn off automatic bed leveling, and then do the manual aux bed leveling. Get your bed level. Now you're still going to have a little bit of an offset because that sensor is not consistent. It's off by anywhere from 0.1 to 0.4 millimeters in either direction. So you'll have to use the adjust and Z offset. If you want to fix it permanently, I have not done this yet, but other people have, and they say it works. I bought 2 of them. I'm going to test it. It's $9 on Amazon. You buy an induction sensor. It's plug and play. Now, that does require you to totally void your warranty, but you cut the wires going to the induction sensor, match up same color wires with same color wires on this, put it in place, do the same routine that you normally do with the other sensor, but now it'll be an induction sensor. If you have a glass top, this won't work. If you have the aluminum top the printer comes with, this will work. And then you use the induction sensor and the problem goes away. Now, an alternative is to do not turn on the heat bed when you level the print. So do your homing first, then engage the heater. Apparently, from what people are telling me, I don't know for sure, I have no way of testing this, the SSR they use creates EMF interference, and that EMF interference is putzing with the sensor. That's why your variations are off more over here than over here, because that's where the SSR is. So in theory, if you turn off the heat bed and then do your homing, it'll be consistent every time. Okay, and then after you do your G28 in your G code, then heat up the heat bed, and it should be okay. Oh, that's good. But or you just get this induction sensor if you have the aluminum bed, and you're good. So I got 2 of them for both my pros, and I'm going to try fixing them with this. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. The other problem I have with my CR10S Pro is you got to watch this cable for the heat bed. You're going to want to do something like this, like I'm doing on this printer here, to make sure that this heat bed cable smoothly rolls over this rear extrusion. Mine keeps getting snagged, and when it gets snagged too hard, you layer shift. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to put a panel in here so that when the cable falls down inside this cavity, it rolls back out again without getting jammed up. Who the hell's that? Hello? I'm going to keep hitting buttons until it hangs up on me. Ha! Finally hung up. Yeah, Paul, a political robocaller. Tina Davis, local politician around here. She's actually nice. I like her. But I don't want her robocalls. Leveling's not tricky. It's just something you need to learn. And here's the trick. The induction sensor doesn't fix that. You still need to learn how to do it. Wow. No, you're better off waiting for a resin printer to do that. Once we have a resin printer with a large enough panel, records will be easy. Oh, Jesus. No, a lot of the times these numbers don't accept incoming calls. You can't call them back. Meaning the number that shows up on your caller ID isn't the number that's actually calling you. It's a legit number, but it's not the number calling you. So when you call back, it's just nothing. Okay. I did stop that. Good. Do I need to do anything else? Sticker. Sticker, sticker, sticker! Done. I have 2 printers out there going right now. 2 Ender 5s. Nice. That went down nice. Yeah, I know. A lot of flex. Now, at the print speeds I'll be going, that's not a problem. But I'm worried about, my problem is this is a non-removable bed. My problem is when the end user decides to go to try to remove that print and they start getting rough with this bed. Yeah, that's not going to be fun. I won't have a problem because I know what I'm doing, but a beginner, that might be an issue. I would really like to see them beef up this wide carriage plate. Okay. I think we're ready to go. I think we're ready to go. I've plugged it in and it didn't explode. That's a good start. That means I didn't screw anything up yet. But bed sticker has been applied. Cables have been plugged in. One thing of note, the piece of tape for your ribbon cable, use it. What you want to do, oh, I do need to attach my Z motor. Where is that? There it is. You want to make sure that your bed cable is taped to the top rail of the printer. So right here, you want to tape it to the top rail of the printer. What this will do is when this bed comes back, it makes sure this cable rolls over the, oh, you can't even see that. Actually, I can adjust that. Yay. There we go. So you tape it here. And the idea is that when this bed cable's forward, it's not restricted. Okay. And when it comes back, that cable rolls back like a cable chain and keeps that cable from getting bent under here, which is going to really stress this connection where the wires are, even though it has strain relief. So make sure you do that. Otherwise, just follow the directions when you assemble it. And now we are going to attempt power up, see if the heaters all work, although I still need to adjust the eccentric nut on this one. And we will try a test print. So stay tuned. This one was marked as 110, so it should be 110. But let me check. Is there a switch? There isn't even a switch for me to play with. So if there is a switch, it's on the inside. See? Get it till it wobbles, and then tighten it until it stops wobbling. There we go. Stop wobbling. That's it. That easy. And now it's not over tightened. Okay. And you are correct. No spool holder. Tevo, what's the deal here? Why is it so difficult for you to include a spool holder? Come on. Nereus proof? Nothing's Nereus proof. I can destroy anything. Today we are going to play with green silk from Esun. I figure since Tevo started off with green, we'll print green on the orange printer. Yeah, Giant Groot is cool. He is 825 millimeters tall and just a hair over 2 kilograms. I guess I'll stick it in here again. This is kind of my go-to spool holder now. And no nippers either. Come on, Tevo. Don't cheap out. Where's my nippers at? Yeah. Green silk. I hate the Titan extruder. It's such a mess. Oh, I hate this extruder so much. Yeah, he's 2 pieces. The head's a separate piece. Hey, I got it to go in. I mentioned how much I hate the Titan extruder. Oh, this is what I was showing you earlier. So this is the Wham Bam that I got for my Sapphire S. This is going to go on a Sapphire. So first of all, their magnets are very strong. But I put the ender sticker on the Wham Bam. And so now I can turn off the heat bed and still print. Now, and I was telling you, see how it has a curve? So it wants to spring that way. So if you put a sticker on this side, it's going to try to spring up and away from the magnetic surface, and that's bad. So I would not advise two-siding these Wham Bam spring steel sheets, because the nature of the spring steel is they have a curve. You want to make sure that curve is up. Do you know why they don't just use the amber acrylic like every laser cutter? I don't know. Really? That means you're too close. Yeah, but we're used to these machines coming with those things. And the Artemis is also sex on a table. I mean, that thing is just extruded sex. I'd kill for an Artemis. Oh man, I'd kill for an Artemis. This is probably running Marlin. It's an MKS baseboard, so. Oh, I thought the Ortur 4 is running Marlin 2.0. I didn't know that. I was like, cool. And they sent me the source code too. They don't want to publish it publicly because they don't want their competition to get it. But if a user who buys their printer asks for it, they will send it to you. And I'm going to upload it to my site too, because Chinese vendors aren't going to find my archive on my site, so I'm going to upload it there, guys. All right, we should be good. Let's try turning it on. Did I miss it? There it goes. I didn't flip it all the way. It booted up. Let's see. Preheat. We are getting temperature there, and we are getting temperature there. Alrighty, move. That's just movement. Home. Home all. Ooh, definitely noisy. The steppers. Okay. Let's go to leveling. Apparently they got it wrong on here. It goes to the wrong corners for each one. Yeah, that's supposed to be back there. Actually, the graphics are wrong because that's the way it should go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So just the little graphics on here are wrong. Nailed it. How's the center? Golden. You know what that means, right? It's Marvin time. By the way, Tevo, this LCD interface. I like the icons. They're cool. They're nice. But when you click on the printing screen, get rid of the icons and just give me lines of file names. Because what I see here is a whole bunch of green icons, and I can only see a tiny portion of the file name. So get rid of the icons and just show the actual file names. Bed leveling Marvin, confirm. Yeah, I'm going to put stepper dampers on here. My problem is from the gear interface to the entry tube, the filament misses. That's all right. When I have my own custom settings, so this will be moving at a jerk of 5 and an acceleration of 500, 1000. And that'll be it. Actually, I think I programmed it for jerk of 3 and acceleration of 300. I already pushed the filament in. Bed is at 35 and climbing. I'll have to look into that. That's always my problem. It's a pain in the ass. I wish they would at least put a clear top on the thing so you can actually see inside. I'm going to get one of those easy extruders. I need to get one. Well, the problem is this is geared, so I can't just replace it. Like, I can't even put my normal one in. Who was asking for polyalchemy? Yeah, printed solid carries polyalchemy. I don't know. Hang on, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. We're at 47 degrees and climbing. Well, see, the problem is I can't use the metal Creality one on here because this is geared. So I would have to change the firmware to accommodate that change in the extruder, and I don't feel like it. Oh, I just heard the nozzle kick on, so we're at 60. You can hear the electronic whine of the heater cartridge turning on. So how long did that take? 3.5 minutes to get to 60 degrees. Not bad. That's not bad. How do you change the steps for the motor? You just do it in your start script? You can do that on here. Oh, that's interesting. And we'll save it to the EEPROM? But that requires them to have it enabled. For example, you can't do that on Ender 3. Where's a link to the Bondtech clone? Can you send me? Because I would love to play with that dual drive system. Well, the problem is, this is, okay, it's number of steps. Okay, your printer has no idea what 2 millimeters means. It doesn't understand 2 millimeters. So you can't tell your printer, extrude 2 millimeters of filament. That's not how it works. you can tell this motor to turn X number of steps. So you have to know the difference between a step and a millimeter. So how many steps to equal millimeter? This is, I believe, a 3-to-1 gear ratio, I think it is. Somebody confirm that for me. I think it's a 3-to-1, but this is a gear drive unit. So you have a big weak gear going to a small gear, while the Creality unit is a direct drive, 1-to-1. So you can't just replace them. And yes, it is pretty easy. You just mark your filament somewhere like right at the beginning here of your sensor. Okay? So right where it enters the filament sensor, put a mark. And then measure out 100 millimeters. Now, you don't even need the hot end on. You can just take this PTFE tube off here and let the filament push through. All right? Go 100 millimeters, put a mark. Now, we can go, I guess 100 millimeters is good. Then you tell your printer, advance the extruder 100 millimeters. And then you measure how much it actually extruded, and you can do math to figure out the difference to correct the value in the system. Because they're expensive. And I have 90+ printers. Well, you also then have to zero out your extrusion multiplier changes in your slicer. Yep, they had red in here. And that feels like good fishing line. So I'm just rubbing my finger on it. Obviously, it's loose there. So this came loose. So that's a little too low. So I'm going to raise this one up a little bit. What the hell was that? Oh, shit. It jammed in the extrusion. That's not something I expected. Stop. Confirm. Wow, I did not expect it to do that. Okay, but that rest does feel good, so I'm probably pretty close. The heat bed wires got stuck in the end of the extrusion. That is not something I expected to happen. Hopefully it didn't cut it. How do I fix that? I gotta jam something in there. Well, that's easier said than done, dude. I mean, if you're thinking that way, then why buy a Tevo printer? Buy a G-Max or an Ultimaker. Support the people who really do it. Well, we don't all have $2,500. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the stuff to fill it in. And that is exactly what I need, but I tend to throw that stuff away. What I need now is just a piece of tape. How do I not have any tape? That's impossible. Oh, I got a whole bunch right here. That'll work. I'm just going to put a piece of tape right over the rear corner here so that the wire can't fall inside the extrusion and get snagged. They should have end caps. That would prevent that. Okay. You guys see that? Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's not a matter of do I have tape. It's can I find it? Printing. Nope. I want bed leveling Marvin. Confirm. I will. Actually, the suggestion to use the filler for the rails is perfect. Huh? Oh, that's fine. I don't mind, you guys. As long as you're not trying to post affiliate links, if you're posting relevant content, I'm fine with that. It doesn't bother me. What annoys me is when people come in here and try to post their affiliate links on my channel. It's like, dude, I'm here to make money too. You gotta be careful. And if you have to apply force, you're using it wrong. Right? If you ever have to go, stop. You're doing it wrong. Something's wrong. All right? The most I ever have to do is tap a few times to get underneath of it, and then I flip it, get under there, and I pry my part up. Then once I get the part up a little bit, then I go in there with the cake knife. I bend that bugger under there, and I get in there, and I start freeing that print up. Just close it. Oh, weird. It sounds to me like you have the wrong heater cartridge. I would start off low. Try to manually set the temperature to like 40 centigrade. See what happens. See where the temperature stabilizes. Then try to go to 60 centigrade. See where the temperature stabilizes. Start low and see what it does. On some printers, the M500 command is disabled. Won't work. If you got heaps of squish, otherwise prints pop off, it's a fine line between squish and write, and you might need to just slow down your first layer and increase the temperature a little bit. The CRX is 24 volts. And I was about to say, a PID tuning might be necessary. Ah, so you need the 24 volt one. I'm pretty sure it's the same as on the. Is the heater cartridge on the CRX the same as on the Ender 3? Is it the same heater cartridge? Looking good. Ooh, that green looks nice. Not much. I mean, I've probably spent thousands of dollars over the last couple of years, but I'm running a business. So, you know, most of that is filament. Most of my printers are sent to me by companies. So either directly, for example, this printer here came from Tevo. Tevo sent me this printer. The Sapphire S that I got, that came from Banggood. The AlphaWise U20 came from Gearbest. Hang on, let me check this real quick. And it's all stuck down. It all feels like fishing line. We should be good. The Ortur 4 was from Ortur. They sent me the printer directly. Isn't it nice? I love the silk from the Esun. And it's cheap, 26 bucks a kilogram. If you've bought polyalchemy before, you know how expensive silk is. Also, CCI 3D's bronze silk. Oh, gorgeous. Sweet. Probably they all do. It's probably temperature restricted. Since this is a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, 220 should be fine. He got a 12-volt heater for his 24-volt printer. Maybe 5 and leveling bed. Well, then you have to bring the front up and bring the back down. You see, when you adjust one knob, you are altering a plane. So adjusting one knob affects the other knobs. So if the bed is too low in the front here, that means you have to bring the bed up. But in bringing this end of the bed up, you're going to bring that end up as well. So you're going to have to lower that end to compensate for bringing this end up. All of these printers are basically plug and play, but tuning them is not plug and play. Oh, I probably will eventually. Oh, yeah. I plan to eventually, I would like to put a Bondtech and a Mosquito hot end on my S5. That's what I'd like to eventually do. So I can have a direct drive Bondtech Mosquito hot end on my CR10 S5. Decide I want to put it on more printers. Yeah, I'm probably going to buy clones. Yes, I've used the Esun glass. Not quite as good as PETG, but not bad either. Ooh, that looks pretty. Good oranges. The only orange that I know of that's truly good are two. One you can't get anymore. It's from Exelvon. They had an orange that had a slight iridescence to it. It was really nice. Can't get it anymore. Otherwise, you're looking at... I don't know how dark the Esun PETG is. Like, for example, the Esun PLA Pro, the orange looks great on the website, but when you get it, it's a pale orange. Not bad, but not the bright blaze orange I want. But T3DP Filaments is working on a new orange that's just like mind-blowingly bright. And I think it's going to be a PETG too. But keep an eye out for that. Yes, most of it is transparent. Yeah, you're going to pay $1,000 for it, because otherwise you got to build it. I will be streaming until 10 p.m. So 2 more hours. So 6-hour stream. Yes, you can get opaque PETGs. Actually, the Amazon Basics PETG orange is a pretty nice orange, too. It's not a blaze orange, but it is a good, pure orange. Ooh, that's right. Luminous orange from Filamentum is really nice, too. That's a nice orange. It's called Luminous Orange from Filamentum. Turn off auto level and then do the aux leveling. And then make sure you do not have a G29 command in your start script. But remember, when you do a G28, it's still going to do it in the center because the sensor is your homing switch. So you have to use the sensor. To make it more reliable, home first in your G-code. Modify your G-code so that it does not turn on the heat bed until after it homes. It's not harder. PETG is actually pretty easy to print on these modern print surfaces. They stick very well to it. The trick I've learned with PETG is you print at 250 Celsius and you put the fan on 25%. That works good. That is a limited release orange. It is an autumn orange from, who makes that? Crap. Does anybody remember the name of the company that makes 3D Fuel, I think? I think it's 3D Fuel. Yeah, it's an autumn orange from 3D Fuel. It's a limited release color. They do it every fall. No, that's an autumn orange. It's a really beautiful orange. Hang on. I love this orange. I have like 4 2.5 kilogram rolls of this stuff. I love this stuff. No, you do not need a hardened nozzle for PETG. You only get one, puppy. I'll let one go through, but not two. The e-box is nice, except for the fact that the fan is already starting to get wonky on me. It's starting to go, you know, the way the fans die. And it won't reach the temperature it's rated for. It says it'll reach 80 degrees centigrade, but I can't get it past 44. So the heater is underpowered. Yes, you do need a heat bed for PETG. You might be able to get it stick cold, but good luck. That'd be tough. Maybe with glue stick you could, but I don't know. You need about 80 C on the bed. 70 C will probably work. Yes, this is a PTFE lined hot end. I'm almost certain it is. Yeah, PETG, once you get that first layer to stick, you're okay. But that first layer is the tricky part. Once you get past that, you're good. I know, close, isn't it? Just replace that EU with a Y. I'm thinking about see if I can get a custom sticker made with Nereus on it and see how long it takes people to notice. Cool, Vertebreaker. Try PETG at 250 Celsius. I sometimes even use 255 Celsius. And then turn the fan on at 25%. Nice. Oh, really? I think I got an email from them, too. Just be careful. Sometimes the PETG can stick too well to glass, and it'll actually tear chunks out of the glass. So be careful. Build went good. No major issues. Except that I had to spread the bottoms apart a little bit because it was a little in too far, but not by much. Did they address that? The print is looking excellent so far. They don't mention that. Yeah. I do gotta say, Tevo, if there's one thing you do pretty good job at, is that everybody should copy this instruction manual. It's a nice instruction manual. Tells you how to change language, loading filament, leveling the bed. Let's see how good the bed leveling instructions are. Not bad, actually. Tells you slide paper between the nozzle and build plate until there is only a little resistance. Adjust the height by rotating the wheel under the plate. You will need to run this process, steps 4 through 7. There is no steps 4 through 7, so you're going to want to update your instructions. It should be steps B and C. They have steps 4 through 7, so that's old instructions. So Tevo, you're going to want to keep an eye on that kind of change there, because otherwise your users are going to go crazy wondering where the hell is 4 through 7 when there is no 4 through 7 and we're on step 2. So it's B and C, not 4 through 7. At least twice or until you're satisfied, since adjusting one corner will affect others, and that's correct. And then they repeat themselves, as adjusting one corner will also influence the other 3 corners. Please make sure to do the same action at least twice. Not quite good conversion of language there, but it's adequate. It even mentions about live leveling when the print starts, maybe having to carefully adjust the knobs while it's printing. That's good. Then they talk about Cura and how to set up Cura. It's actually a reasonably complete... Oh, there's an app. Oh, we're going to have to do that. For stringing on Pet G, printing at 250 with a little bit of fan helps with the stringing. Also, make sure you turn on wipe, at least 8 millimeters of wipe. And also, if you have bad stringing, tell your printer not to cross the outline into open space unless it has to. There's a setting for that. That'll help with the stringing on PETG. Thank you, Tony. Because this is my bed leveling, Marvin. So the best way to level a bed is to draw a large circle that encompasses about 2/3 of the bed. And then as it prints the circle, you can test it for proper adhesion and proper height and adjust your bed as it goes around the circle. So if you notice it breaking free here, you can raise this up a little bit. If you notice it squishing down too much here, you can bring these both down a little bit. It allows you to live level for your first print. So basically, this is a way of getting your bed level on your first print. Squares don't work. I'll explain why. Or at least, squares can work, but they can also deceive you. Which one's a good extrusion and which one's a bad extrusion? Because if your printer prints that part of a square and that part of a square, and this one's good and this one's bad, you can't tell. Now, if I do a circle, this is a good extrusion, and this extrusion. Because it's a circle, if the filament breaks free from the bed, it'll immediately form a straight line between the last point it connected to the bed and the nozzle. It'll form a tangent between that last connection point and the next connection point. So it'll stop drawing a circle and appear to be drawing a loose line. You instantly know it's not touching the bed. There's something wrong. Well, if you draw a square, if it connects at the corners and does not connect here, you'll never know unless you touch it. So a circle gives you immediate feedback as to whether or not your bed is actually level or not. So circle is better than square. Now, where squares come in handy, where you see the people, they print the little squares all over the bed, that allows you to fine-tune your bed level anymore because now you're filling in infill on a patch. And so you'll see, okay, I'm attaching, but I'm a little too high or I'm a little too low. So if I were to make a bed leveling thing, I would probably start with a circle like this, and then I would draw square, 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 so that the circle will get you close. And then the squares, not so much because they're square, but because they're filled. You can touch them. You can feel the ridges of snow plowing if you're too low. And you can see the gaps between the lines of infill if you're too high. So I would start with a circle to get adhesion, and then squares that are filled in order to see how perfect your level is. But I do that by the center. I see when it makes that first fill-in spot, I know right away if it's working right or not. See you later, Edge of Tech. So start with circle to get adhesion, and then start with any shape filled to get that perfect finish. Because basically when you draw, if your filament lines are too close, if you were to take this filament that laid down and you were to look at it from the edge like that, you would see something that looks like this when you're too close. Because what's happening is when your nozzle, let's say this is a 0.4 millimeter extrusion, okay? And you lay down another 0.4 millimeter extrusion right next to it. It's perfect. But what happens if you're over squishing? Your printer will command a 0.4 millimeter extrusion, but what you'll actually get is this. You'll get more extrusion than you asked for. And what will happen is when it moves over to print the next one, you're going to have an overlap of two extrusion areas. Well, two objects can't occupy the same space at the same time. So something has to give. And what happens is it'll act like a snowplow. It'll push the excess filament out of the way. And that's, and you'll feel that on the print. You'll feel like little scales. Okay? That's because you're too close. You're either over extruding, because both can do this. You're either over extruding or you're too close. Okay? If you're too far away, there won't be enough filament to form a 0.4 millimeter extrusion, so instead you'll get something like this. And you'll have visible spaces in between the filament lines. That means you're too far away or you're not extruding enough plastic. So that's where calibrating your E-steps comes into play. Now to test whether, once you get a good first layer, to test whether you're over or under extruding is actually pretty easy. Print a calibration cube, but only print 1 millimeter. And tell it you want 4 bottom layers. So basically you're going to print a 20 by 20 by 1 millimeter box that's completely filled in. If your extrusion multiplier is spot on, that top layer will be smooth as a baby's butt. If that top layer is sloppy, so the same thing. If that top layer has little ridges because each path is extruding too much filament, then you have to turn down your extrusion multiplier a little bit. If you have little lines between your paths so that you can actually take your fingernail and stick it in between the filament lines, well, that means you're under extruding. You need to increase your extrusion multiplier. Now, the reason you have to print 1 millimeter is because you got to print at least 5 layers, preferably more, but at least 5 layers, because elephant's foot or layer bed level too high will influence the layers above it. It takes a while for the printer to get to the point where it's past that and now it's properly extruding. That's why you got to go at least 5. Really 10. But 5 is usually enough to get past that elephant's foot stage. And you check that. You ignore the 4 layers below it. You just look at that top layer. Is that top layer nice and perfect? And you adjust your extrusion multiplier based on what you see. Yeah, if you have guitar string filament pads, then you're under extruding. Who tried to call me? Private number, so I don't care who it is. Absolutely. I do that all the time. That's how I do this. Right? This is 3 different G-code files. Okay? So my first G-code file just prints the letters. 2 layers, so 0.4 millimeters tall. I then have this coin as another G-code file, but it has a hole in it where these letters are. So now it prints the coin around the letters. Now, if your printer bumps into the letters, just enable Z-hop. So it hops over it. Okay, but usually you don't have to with something this thin. If you're doing something thicker, you need Z-hop. If you're going above 0.6 millimeters, that might not work since you're printing around something and part of the nozzle is going to bump into it. But it then prints the coin. When it's done printing the coin, it's actually not done printing the entire model. There's still 0.4 millimeters left. The third G-code file I run will actually rise up to 4 millimeters, or on this one, 10 millimeters, and come out here and actually print 2 more layers right on top of this already printed coin. Now, the trick is you need a printer that can very, very reliably home over and over and over again. If your printer does not reliably home the exact spot, the exact same Z height every time, this is not going to work. All right? But, for example, my Sapphire S has no problem with that. My Ender 5 probably won't have a problem with that. I haven't tried it yet. I'll have to try it. This is done on the Sapphire. The move is on hold until as Morgan mentioned, the pawn shop is taken care of. And we're hoping to hear something in 2 weeks. It's all out of my control. I have no say in this. This is negotiations between the buyer and the landlord. Ooh. If the newer Ender 5s have a 1.1.4 board, that's a significant upgrade. That would make me a very happy critter. And the Landy power supply is because Meanwell can't make enough power supplies. I suspect that, I know, I said 2 weeks ago, and then they found out that the oil tank for the heating oil heater is still in the ground. And they're worried about the EPA cost to clean that up if there's a problem with it. And the landlord doesn't know. So they don't want to dump $130,000 into the property just to find out they have to pay $50,000 to clean up the tank. Plus, it used to be an old gas station, so there was a removal of gasoline tanks on the property, and they want to clear that up because they don't want to get screwed. This is the kind of thing where you're fine until the property changes hands, then you're not fine. So they're negotiating with her to lease the property for 5 years so that they can clear up the EPA issues. And if the EPA issues clear up, they have already agreed they will put a deposit down and buy the property. If EPA issues cannot be cleared up, they have an exit path. I would like a pet alligator. That'd be cool. I'd be like, intruder, sick him. Now, I have not confirmed this, but I asked Creality about the power supply issue. They said they're having a supplier issue. That means that they're making more printers than Meanwell can make power supplies for. They say the Landy power supply is UL certified like the Meanwell. If it is, and if it can put out its rated power, then I'm okay with the switch to a Landy power supply. I didn't want a Meanwell power supply because it was a Meanwell power supply. I wanted a Meanwell power supply because it's UL certified, which means schools can buy them, okay? And, nonprofits, they can buy them. And and it puts out its rated power, which is one of the reasons you get the bed so hot. So as long as the Landy power supply is UL certified, I'm okay with that. Although if it comes with the 1.1.4 board, that's actually really exciting because that's a big improvement. Really? You could buy alligators? Pet crocodile would be more dangerous because it can eat you. Yeah, so they're just worried about that. And they're already overpaying for the property because they want the business. So if they were to pay 130 grand for the property and 50 grand for the business, and then find out they got to pay another 50 grand for a tank, that would hurt. Oh, that's awesome. I guess it's not legal anymore, huh? I don't know. Just having an alligator, it'd probably be stupid. It's probably one of those things that sounds cool, but it's not so cool to actually have. But still, that's kind of cool. Part Croc, part Gatorade. Here we go. I got the Croc. Who's got the Gatorade? Oh my God, that white cherry Gatorade they have, the fierce flavor Gatorade. Oh, that stuff's good. Oh my God, that's crazy. But see, that to me, I would consider that if it was something I could reasonably do because I'm going to have 1 to 5 acres, so I'm going to have room for the thing. Although I'm going to be in an environment that's not conducive to them because it's going to be dry and they live in wet environments. But to have them things hold up in a basement, that's just cruel. That's why I won't own an iguana. I think iguanas are awesome. I loved it when we had that pet iguana. I had that thing trained good, too. I had to eat him to get him to stop biting people. He would never bite me again after I ate him. But they get so big that it's cruel. I mean, you'd have to have a tank the size of a room in order to not be cruel to that animal. I mean, could you imagine being 6 feet long and living in a 6-foot box? That's horrible. Yeah, I bet they ate whole chickens. I found many houses, but they tend to go away as fast as I can find them. Like I'm looking at 3 of them right now, all 2,000 square foot, 2 on 5 acres, 1 on 1 acre. But until I sell the store, it doesn't matter because I can't freeze a house. I can't put an offer in and lock it up until I have the money. Because when I make an offer, I have to have proof of funds. Exactly. They need space. I mean, and they need acreage for alligators. In Simplify 3D, I tell it to start at whatever height and end at whatever height. So that's easy for me. The print is literally in midair. I don't actually know how to do that in Cura. They were probably pretty docile by the time they got to them. Ooh, that doesn't want to come off. That might break. That's really on there. I can normally yank them right off. That tells me I'm a little too close. So I'm going to bring my bed level down just a little bit. Oh, that's interesting. Boy, the sticker is actually lifting up off the aluminum and it's stuck down so hard. And I do not want to damage this. Probably just have to let it cool down a little bit. Yeah, I'm out of spray. I got to pick up some more alcohol. That comes off nice. That's tight right there, so this side needs to come down. Oh yeah, that's real tight. So that side's too tight too. This side's nice. There we go. No damage. God damn, that's a nice Marvin. Nice and shiny. Nice little zipper right down the back. And this is not optimized. This is just my bed leveling Marvin for 300mm printers that is available for you guys to download. Let's find something else to print. We got time for maybe 2 prints. We're going to do a vase next. That's a nice Marvin. The salmon skin doesn't look so bad on them either. There definitely is salmon skin, but not bad. Definitely got a bit of ghosting, though. Not a fan of the ghosting. It's not bad, but it's there. That's me being nitpicky. Yeah, that's always an issue. No, it does not. It just shows a green folder icon. I'll show you. I'll give you guys a close-up of the Marvin, too. Clean off the camera lenses. Okay. So, that's your UI right there. You can adjust it. It's just icons like this. It has what? What about the X bar? Looks fine to me. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, that is a little loose, actually. Yeah, that's a little on the loose side. I could probably tighten it up. It thrums good, but I could probably tighten that up a little bit. Actually, it tightens up the same way over here. And here's the Marvin. Not a bad Marvin at all. Here you can see the little bit of ghosting right there. But yeah, nice print. I gotta say, Tevo, not bad. Not bad at all. I think I can adjust the tension on this right now. It shouldn't be that hard. Nope, too big. Got it. A little better. That one? Using a knife the wrong way on a printer. Jammed it about 1.5 inches right into my hand. Ouch. Oh. Yeah, you got to slow down, and you got to watch your retractions on that, because those little towers. Oops, that is too low. Saved it. Wombat Marine. You like the Tevo Neuros? I'm gonna put a Y right there. For me, it's orange too. See you later, Eccentric Nut. We'll be getting out of here at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Exactly. I'm going to put a Y right there. Yeah, it's an orange copper color. It's like an orange anodized. It's pretty nice. I like it. I like orange, so that's an easy one. Oh, really? 500? I wonder how much they cost per at 500. Probably more than I got. So, Ender 5 or CR20 Pro? That's wrong. See, that's evil. Because I love my CR20. Although I have not played with the CR20 Pro. I have no idea what the CR20 Pro is about. But I also love my Ender 5s. I don't know. It depends on if you need the build volume or not. Well, that's the whole point of that kind of question, is to pick. I don't think so. Usually, if it prints fine everywhere else and you had a problem with the little spires, you were either going too fast, and so during all that, it just got a temporary clog in the hot end. Then, of course, once it clogs, the extruder tries to push harder and starts grinding away at the filament. You could try tightening it up, but I would try slowing down, raising the temperature a tiny bit, and maybe reducing your retraction a little bit. Have I ever pooped my pants? Yes, I have. Not a fun experience. You can 3D print a friend, they just won't talk back. Sharks are the worst. Oh, that sucks so bad. Because then you got to realize, shit, I got to get to my car and hope I don't have a big ass stain on the back of my pants. It's going to embarrass me for the rest of my life. Usually it's overblown. Usually just a little bit of liquid comes out, but it feels like a lot more. Ugh. It's a cherry flavor. It's like a milky white color. Really good. Hey, I finally got spare tires for my minivan. All I had was that donut that's underneath the car and inside. So I got a set of 4 rims, and I already had tires, of course. And I finally got a set of 4 rims I could afford, so now I have full-size spares. Nice. Yeah, Glacial Cherry. That stuff is evil. I have AAA too, but you have to have a spare to give AAA for them to put a spare on. So now I have full-size spares. first print was a Marvin, and it is actually an excellent Marvin. I have, besides a tiny bit of ghosting that I'm a little anal about, if you ignore that, I got no complaints about that Marvin. That's a nice Marvin. Now we're printing a little vase. See how that comes out? Hey, do you know how to solve the Coke Pepsi debate? It's very easy to solve the Coke Pepsi debate. They both suck. Get Dr. Pepper. Or if you're lucky enough, Pib Extra. Yeah. It should. Well, this is silk, so this might break. And yes, it's strong. It put a dimple in my finger. Wow, that's actually impressive. I thought it was going to break because it's silk. Nice. Now, that's the weird thing. If I'm drinking regular, which I don't do very often because obviously I'm not a kind of person who needs to be drinking sugar sodas, I prefer Coke. But if I'm drinking diet, I prefer Pepsi. Isn't that weird? But if it's zero, Coke Zero, Pepsi Zero, I prefer Coke. Isn't that weird? What I'll do is I'll go to the theater and I'll get, diet, and then I'll have them squirt a little bit of root beer into the top. Very little, not much, like a shot glass worth. But that's enough to change the flavor profile of the whole thing. And the weird thing is, it works with diet, but doesn't work with zero. Also, Dr. Pepper doesn't work. I tried doing that, diet, and then a little bit of Dr. Pepper. Doesn't work. It's just, I don't know, something doesn't jive. I do drink alcohol. I have never gotten drunk, and I never will. I love root beer. Root beer is the best. I like the Coke. To me, appears to have a it's reminiscent of a cinnamon flavor that I really like. But the Coke soda in general is acidic. When you carbonate water, you're making it acidic. So all soda is acidic. I don't like Mountain Dew. Not a fan of Mountain Dew at all. Just doesn't work with me. If you can get Piv, it's even better than Dr. Pepper. If you like the sharp bite of carbonation, you get Dr. Pepper. If you like sweet, you get Mr. Pibb. Yeah, but orange juice will do the same thing. It's acid too. The tops were a tiny bit close than the bottom. We're talking like a half a millimeter maybe. So I just loosened the nuts and pushed them out. No problem. So far. Oh, you're in Singapore? Cool. Yeah, fruit juices in general are not good for you. It's just pure sugar. They taste so good, though. Oh, my favorite weakness is unsweetened apple juice. I love just pure unsweetened apple juice. Oh. I can't manage it at this cord. That's the problem. I just don't have time left to manage it all. Oh, for one of those? That's expensive. Vertigo gray pants would be pricey. Because that would be about $80 just for the pants. Although, I just got some Vertigo Gray CPE. $90 for 2.5 kilograms. Fanta makes a really good apple soda. I tried it when I was out in Arizona. I've never been able to find it again. If someone tried to card me for root beer and wouldn't listen to the explanation, I'd hand them the soda back and say, "You're too stupid for me to buy this from you." What's XDA Black Sparkle? I wouldn't know how to upgrade a CR10 as close to a CR10S Pro. I would, at that point, the CR10S Pro is an obvious one because the upgrades to make a CR10S, a CR10S Pro would cost more than the CR10S Pro. People have gotten arrested for that because they were too stupid to realize the $2 bills were real. Cool. How old is that cat? Which one? That one or that one? They're both about a year old. That one I printed last year. And that one, Louis Driggers, the person who designed it and printed that, she gave that to me at Murph last year. Right now, I'm down to 2 jobs. I work about 60 hours, 70 hours a week at the porn shop, and I work here at home on the channel. So I'm putting in about 20 less hours a week. It makes a big difference. I mean, I'm still exhausted, but 100 hours is a lot better than 120. Yeah, I just couldn't handle it anymore. It was too many hours. It was too much. I was starting to fuck up. I was starting to realize I was making mistakes while I was driving, delivering pizza, and I realized that one of these days I was going to fall asleep at this wheel and kill myself. So I had to put a stop. Oh, nice. I wish I can get them here. I want more sparkle colors. I could probably make that a little hotter. Let's go to 220. No, I don't want to go 10. I want to go 220. That's good. Yeah. I don't know what you mean by crappy hot end. It's using a silver block with the hot end on the bottom. So kind of like the Creality hot end, but a bigger silver block, and it bolts from the top instead of the side. Not really. Just keep an eye on them. It's only one single batch where the manufacturer screwed up when they bought the connectors, and they've since corrected that. So only that one batch was affected. So just keep an eye on it. If you see the connector starting to turn brown, well, just cut them off and put new ones on, or flow solder into the crimps. When you're working that many hours, it is. It's crazy. I don't know how people do it long term. I guess they don't. I guess eventually they fail, and that's what happens. I guess I just recognized the failure coming and changed it before it happened. I hope. Nice. Bus is good. No major issues. I'm waiting for Brian to get back to me on tires for the rear. He thinks he has a line on 4 tires for me. And then I just got to get my mechanic to give it a once-over. He still says he'll drive out with me. Oh, that's a lot of money. Oh, that's 55 Australian, right? So what's that, like 45 US? So that's not that bad. No problem, Russell. I'm hoping I'll be able to survive out there on just this. But there's a pretty decent chance I'll have to get a job when I get out there to supplement my income on here, because I don't think I'll make enough on here to actually pay all the bills. I think I could make enough for me to survive, but for me and my sister, I don't think I'll make quite enough. It's go nonstop. I mean, I have a little behind the counter, but I'm usually doing other things. I'm doing the accounting work. I'm calling up vendors, placing my orders. You know, every 20 minutes I go outside and have to manage the guys working for me. Otherwise, they'll do nothing all day. No, my brother does not pitch in anything. He doesn't help with any costs. He doesn't do anything. I can't even get him to take out the garbage. He's not going with me. Waste of flesh. No, they threw her out. They kicked her out. Isn't that nice? And they tried to pretend it wasn't for the reason. They said oh, the landlord doesn't want, you know, a 4th adult who doesn't have a job. No. You're her brother. That's her sister. Okay? The landlord is never going to complain about that. Right? You just finally realized she can't get a job and she's not going to get an SSI check, so you're not going to be able to rape her for rape money. And that's when you decided you didn't want her around. People are scum, man. Just, what are you going to do? Nobody's going to give her a job. She's 380 pounds and can barely walk. They ain't going to give her a job. Yes, he does, and he does not help at all. So when I sell this house and leave here, he's not moving with me. He's on his own at that point. Even if he did come out with me, he would just be a leech. He wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't get a job. He wouldn't give me any money. Nah. The problem is that means I have to do everything by myself. Well, that becomes an ethical problem. As long as he's not on drugs and as long as he's not stealing, I morally can't throw him out of here. This is his home. But once I sell this place and I get my own home, well, then it's not his home. It's my home. And that's it. Yep. Every time he gets on drugs, he starts stealing. That's why I had to get him out of the business. I couldn't have him work in the store anymore. I had no choice. I couldn't get rid of him until I had control of the house. Oh, tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars. Yeah. Well, right now I have the store supporting me. I pay off, you know, $3,500, $3,800 a month on my dad's debts from what that store makes. No, he gets nothing. That's part of why they're all stealing. Is that they realize that I'm not going to give them anything from the sale of all this stuff because there's nothing left. I mean, I'm moving from a $300,000 colonial home that I paid for to a $40,000 or $50,000 beat up shithole manufactured home out in the desert because that's all I can afford. All the rest of the money, paying off the debt. That's the only way I have to pay off all this debt my dad left me is to sell the house. Otherwise, I'll be working 100 hours a week for the next 15 years trying to pay it off. And I guarantee you I'll fail. I'll have a heart attack. I'll have an injury. I'll have an accident. No, he's not on disability. He probably should be. He probably is genuinely disabled. He shouldn't be working. He really shouldn't. He's going to keep breaking his broken body longer. He should be on disability. What do you mean he reached out to companies? I mean, hell, if there was profit from selling this house, I'd split it 3 ways. It's the only right thing to do. I mean, if there was extra money left over, I would absolutely split it with my brother and my sister. It'd be the right thing to do. But I'm going to be leaving here with debt. I mean, selling the house will pay off most of it, but not all of it. I'm still going to have debt when I leave here. About 10 grand. So I looked, I was like, if you want a piece of the negative 10 grand, I'll gladly give it to you. Oh, I know. Oh, no. Oh, trust me. But there is definitely a different value difference between this and that. I'm looking at 2,000 square foot manufactured homes, and I love them. I love the cathedral roofs. I love the open architecture. I love the idea of having a master bedroom with a master bath on one side of the house and their bedrooms on the other side of the house. I love that. I actually like the idea of having a manufactured home. I think they're very nice. Yeah, he got his share 10 times over. Nope, can't do bankruptcy. Isn't that nice? I can't do bankruptcy because while a corporation is a person and an estate is a corporation, under bankruptcy law, an estate doesn't count as a person. So an estate can't file bankruptcy. Isn't that nice? It's like the government saying, fuck you. God, it makes me sick. Yeah. Especially the shady tactics they use to make me inherit all that debt. Normally, the amount of debt you would inherit from your parents is pretty limited. But they got away with making me inherit all of it by declaring this house his house. And therefore, all the lien holders who normally I could tell them to go screw off were able to apply liens on my house for his debts. I got this from TeePublic. And I also got... I had to. I saw this on the King of Random. But I had to have that. I love that Caterpillar loader unit so much. And they had my size, and they had long sleeves. Well, no, I'm not going to tell anybody to fuck off. I'm going to pay off my debts. I'm going to move to a place that I can afford to live in. And I'm going to try to rebuild my life. If I can lose weight faster than my health declines, I should live a very long life. 5X or 4X. It depends on who makes it. Like I go to Walmart, I buy a 4X. You know, this I bought a 5X. It's a little loose just to make sure it would fit because I didn't want to take a chance. No, I'm not diabetic, but I guarantee you I'm pre-diabetic. Have to be at this weight. I mean, I check my sugar regularly because my dad had diabetes and it's fine. My sugar is usually 72 on the dot. 68 to 74. But thankfully, I'm not a sugar fiend. I'm not crazy about candy and cakes and pies like my dad was. I'm a hamburgers, lasagna, and spaghetti kind of guy. But that's a lot of carbs, which is sugar in your body. It is kind of crazy. It really is kind of nuts. No, my mom is in Tennessee. One of the reasons I want to go out west, besides getting away from the weather and the high taxes, is also they travel to Las Vegas a lot, like twice a year. So that's at least twice a year they'll be able to stop by and visit, which would be nice because my biggest fear is being lonely. And as much as I enjoy having these streams with you guys, it doesn't replace personal interaction. It's not the same. Yeah, I bet. Probably my activity level is the only thing that keeps me from being diabetic. It's probably the only reason I'm not diabetic. I'm active. I'm physically active. So assuming the house is livable when I get there, because there's no guarantee of that. But assuming the house is livable, the very first thing I intend to do is to put my bike on the road and get on that goddamn bike every single day. Even if it's just a couple miles. Every single day, ride that freaking bike. Well, I would rather keep moving doing this. Okay, this, what you see here, what I'm doing now with this stream and with the video I post on Saturday is life support. That's me doing the bare minimum necessary to keep this channel alive. I can't survive on that. If I could do this full time, I could do all kinds of stuff. I mean, just more rockets, more airplanes, more cars, things that'll have me outside, things that'll have me moving around, things that'll have me active. You know, not just sitting here at a table building a printer, but then actually doing something with all these printers. It's one of the reasons I'm kind of excited about having so many printers is that if I can get myself into a position where I can actually use all of these printers, where I can actually make a living at this, I can do some pretty cool stuff. I mean, you'll have people who will look at a project and realize, okay, I need, 1,500 hours worth of printing to do this, so maybe 2 months from now it'll be done. I can spool up 25 printers and have it done in a week. So I could maybe do interesting things, travel around a little bit, go to events, I don't know, just I can do more. Well, that's another reason for going to New Mexico. The weather's a lot better. Yes. Oh, man. I want one of those kits, one of those vectoring kits so bad. I can't wait until he sticks a landing on one of those rockets. That's going to be so good. What part of New Mexico? Well, you have to be. If you don't strive for it, you'll just rot away and die. In fact, I think that's part of my problem is that I can't get motivated to do a whole lot because, well, see, here's my problem. I suspect I keep cluttered up, messed up house because it's like a shield. It protects me. If my stuff is a shithole mess, nobody can steal it from me because they can't find it. I mean, the first day I cleaned up my room, they stole all my jewelry. Took it all. Everything. It was safe for 2 years because nobody could get to it. Once we could get to it, they took it all. So here's the problem I have. I have to load that bus with all my stuff. I have to figure out how to start now. Because what would take the family a week to do is going to take me months to do. Because I have to do 100% of it by myself. You know how hard it is to motivate to do that? It's going to take forever. I mean, it's gonna be a grind up and down the stairs, in and out of the house, over and over and over and over and over. I can't, because I have to pack stuff, and I can't take everything. So I have to go through everything to figure out what to take and what not to take. If I had everything already packed, then yeah, I could just hire the movers and say, okay, all this stuff in the bus. But I'm not at that stage yet. I have to go through everything first. I have to go through all this. I have to go through all that. I have to go through my dad's room. I have to go through the basement. I have to go through the garage. I have to go through everything. I have no idea what's even here. No, I'm not disassembling the printers. I'm sorry. I'm just not taking apart and rebuilding 90+ printers. I'm just not. Do you know how this printer is going to go? I'm going to take those 4 bolts out. I'm going to lay this on top of it, and I'm going to wrap it, and it goes in the bus like that. And I'll just be careful packing it. And it's hard because I now have an understanding of why my dad was so absolutely mortified to bring anybody in this house. Now that this house reflects on me, and I realize what people think when they see this place, it's absolutely demoralizing. It crushes your soul. You can't. I just can't do it. I can't bring people in this house. So, but the problem I'm having is, by definition, what is everything I put in that bus? Think about this question from a security perspective. What is everything in that bus? Everything I put in that bus is everything I deem valuable enough to take with me. Okay? I can only bring 10% of everything that's in this house, if that. Okay? That's why no furniture is going. There's no room. Okay? Tables. That's it. These expensive, hard-to-replace tables is the only furniture that's going. Mattresses. No box springs, no bed frames, just the mattresses because they're expensive. Okay? But everything that I put... no, it's a hoarder house. Remember, we had 8 people living in this house. And when all those people left this house, they left all their shit behind and said, your problem. So now I am one single individual who has to clean up 20 years worth of 8 people's property. Okay? I filled a 30-yard dumpster. Filled it, overflowing. Okay, to the point where I was worried they might not take it because it was overflowing so much. I barely scratched this house. This house is 2,400 square feet, plus a full basement, so that's another 1,200 square feet, plus a full-size 2-car garage, and it's all full. It's not a hoarder house as in garbage everywhere. It's a pack rat's house. It's 20 years worth of 8 people's stuff, and 40 years worth of 5 people's stuff, because we've lived here since 1981. That's 40 years. Yeah, I wish. I would be down in the water table with a hole that deep. I'm not kidding you when I say I could probably fill 4 or 5 more 30-yard dumpster before I'd start to make a real dent in this place. It's that crazy. When it's the whole family, it's manageable. You can pick a room and say, okay, let's attack this. When you're alone and it's a horrifying physical torment to bend over to the ground, no, they just don't care. They want everything given to them, and they don't want to pay anything. I mean, I made a deal with my brother, Matthew, that he could have all the scrap metal from this house as long as he helped me. Okay? I noticed from the beginning he was making it a point not to help me very much, but taking all the scrap. And I knew at some point he would just stop helping when there was no more scrap, and he wouldn't help much at all. But what could I do? I needed his help, so I had to keep trying. Oh my God, that's crazy. See, this is not like that. This is a pack rat. It's a big house with a lot of stuff. And I know what my stuff is. I mean, I know where all my stuff is, and I know what stuff I want to bring, what stuff I don't want to bring. But everybody else's stuff that I have to go through because there might be valuables there that I'm unaware of, you know, or precious things that, you know. Although I guess the precious stuff doesn't matter anymore. He's dead. It's not like he can appreciate whether it was kept or not. But it just feels wrong to not even make an effort. It feels sleazy. So I don't want to do that. Yeah, I definitely see the salmon skin, so I'm going to definitely put some smoothers on here. Well, the problem is I still need their help, even what little tiny bit of help I can get. And burning your bridges is just a bad idea. Yard sales don't work. Everybody's poor around here. Nobody wants to pay anything. I kid you not. I have had a brand new in the box inflatable double height, air mattress. You know, the double height ones that have the pillow bottom and the top. It's the real big air mattress. It's like, I guess, tall as a regular bed. Real nice mattress. It's like $280. Still had the tag on it, brand new. So I figured, okay, air mattresses are going for anywhere from $20 to $100 on Craigslist. So let me put this thing up there for $40. Dirt cheap. Dirt. Brand new. Not used. Brand new. Okay? Brand new. Inflated one time for me to take the picture of it. I put it up for $40, and I get people calling me, offering me $5 to $10 if I bring it to them. It's like, fuck you, dude. I'm going to drive 25 minutes to you and use up my gas to give it to you for $5 or $10. Are you kidding me? And that's what I get over and over again. The only benefit to these sleaze bags is that they're good trash removal. Because useful stuff that I don't want, that I'm going to throw away, that I can't throw away because I'm allowed one trash can per week, I put it out on the curb and I list it up on Letgo for free. Oh, then the rats come out of the woodwork collecting everything. Oh, God. Yeah, but then they'll take all the good stuff and you'll be left with the garbage. Not enough time, not enough manpower. I estimate I have 60 days. Maybe 90. See, the problem is, once I sell the store, I must sign to sell this house within 30 days. And the most I'm going to get in my agreement after selling this house is 30 more days. So I have 60 days from the time I sell this house. Because if I don't, I'll be bleeding $4,500 a month to stay here. Okay? That means I have to take that $4,500 either from the sale of the store or from my credit cards. The problem with either of those is that decreases how much money I have to buy a new house. Okay? So I can't do that. Because until I sell this house and get paid, I still have to pay all the bills associated with this place and all the bills on the debt. Because the money from the store can't go to paying off the debt. It has to buy a new house. So the money I get from selling the house pays off all the debt. But until I do that, I have to make the payments on all that debt. So if I stay here, it's $4,500 a month. That's my minimum to stay here. Which means I need to get out fast. Because the only way I can pay for that is with the money I make from the store. Because I only make about $1,500 a month from the channel. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why I concentrated on trying to clear out the garage. but we failed. We didn't get the garage completely cleared out, and he's taking forever getting rid of his stuff. And then here's the problem. And that's what I need to do. I need to stage, but I need space to stage, and I need help. The problem is, by definition, everything I put in that staging area, everything I put on that bus, is by definition stuff valuable enough for me to decide to take it with me. Which means it's valuable enough for them to steal. So the moment I begin staging, the moment I begin lowering the bus, I am putting up a neon sign that says all this is worth stealing. And there's nothing I can do about it. Even if I could figure out how to put a lock on the front and back door of the bus that was secure enough, it's got 60 freaking windows. I can't secure it. The only security I have is to leave. But if I'm loading it myself, it's going to take me 2 months to do it. The problem is, I want to get rid of everything, but manpower. It's me alone, and I still have to work. I still have to make content. I still have to do these printing projects. I mean, if I slack off, I missed a video 1 week, and it was a 25% decline in revenue. I'm not big enough to float yet. You know, someone like Angus or Joel, they can slow down their production of videos, even go on vacation, and they'll be okay. I can't. I can't float yet. I don't have enough inertia. So, you know, when I slack off making content, the income drops precipitously and immediately. If I don't have now, Pygar, don't take this the wrong way. Remember, I've been dealing with this for 2 years, so I've thought of most of this already. So this is not me saying, you know, that's a lousy idea. It's just I've thought of it already. If I don't have the manpower to load the bus, how am I going to have the manpower to do it 3 times? Because to get a storage locker, I have to go through it and load it into a vehicle, take it to the storage locker and load it into the storage locker, and then when I'm ready to leave, load it into the bus. So if I don't have the time to do it once, where am I going to find the time to do it 3 times? I'm not. Yeah, I know. Better friends and family. Hopefully I'll get that when I move out there. Oh, I am. But I have to go through the stuff to get to the stuff I want to take with me. See, it's like having a haystack that's filled with 10% valuable stuff you really want and 90% garbage you don't want. But you have to dig through the 90% garbage to get to the 10% you need to take with you. Remember, when I get out where I'm going to be penniless. When I tell you I'm going to be penniless, I mean I'm going to be penniless. I will be dreading waiting for that Amazon check to come in so that I can go buy groceries and pay the electric bill those first couple months. Okay? It's going to be tight. It's going to be bad. And I'm anticipating it getting very rough. Okay? So the more critical essentials that I can bring from here to there to help me survive there so that I don't have to rebuy that stuff there, the better off I'm going to be. You know, God forbid I leave something precious here that could have helped me make it there, and I won't know about it because I don't even know it's there yet. It's very vicious. It's very a nasty situation. This green filament is gorgeous. I love this. I would call this a metallic sour apple. You know, it's like an apple green, but shiny and chromy. It's really nice. Yeah, it has like a glow. It almost looks luminous. Really nice. Definitely needs TL smoothers though. But then I have to load stuff into a car, transport it to the police station, and load it into the bus. So again, I'm running into the problem I have to do twice what I don't have the time to do once. This is Esun's E-Silk. If you're in the U.S., they currently have 7 flavors available in the U.S. So this is the green. And this is the blue silk. Isn't that nice? I got a whole bunch of these little ones. And this is the yellow. Really nice and shiny. And this is the red. 161-hour print. Patchy is stringy. You might need to dry it. Yeah, this is printed in 160 hours and 42 minutes on the Ender 5 in one go without a UPS with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle. The detail is just out of this world. Well, see, it doesn't matter if they can see inside. They're going to know whatever's in there is worth stealing, so they're going to break into it. Or maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Maybe they won't break into it. But if they're willing to steal everything from in my house, why wouldn't they be willing to break into that and steal? So I have to assume they might. I mean, I've already lost all my tools. All my tools are gone. Tens of thousands of dollars in tools. Tools I've been buying for the last 30 years of my life. Tens of thousands of dollars in tools. Almost all of them are gone. That is something I could really use out there. And see, I don't buy cheap tools. I buy sets. You know, nice sets in a case, all fitted, because I lose stuff. You know, the last thing you want to do is buy, you know, $500 worth of tools and it's loose and you lose them all. So I buy nice sets of tools. And I don't know. It's either, well, it's one of the two brothers. It's Logan or Matt. They're both stealing from me. That's why Matt doesn't come over and help anymore. He was coming over and helping me. I had to bribe him. I had to pay him $20 a day to come over and help me, even though he was also getting scrap. Thank you, Home Show. I appreciate that. $20 from Home Show. You rock, dude. And Joseph Allman. Holy crap, dude. $50. You rock. Remember, guys, PayPal only takes 3%, while YouTube takes 30%. Did you hear about the new Patreon-style service that Facebook is working on? Yeah, they take 30% of everything you make, and they retain permanent, indefinite rights to everything you create. Isn't that a great deal? Sign me up. How do I report them to the police? I can't prove they took it. I can't prove dollar value. I have no actual evidence they took it, except for the fact that I know they're stealing and the stuff is gone. Yeah, I hate Facebook. I'm not a fan. I did. I went to one of the pawn shops, and I think I found the pawn shop where he sold the gold necklace. He gave me a description that was approximately the one brother, and I told him I didn't even want to see the video. I would rather leave here being uncertain than be absolutely certain. Because it's not going to get the necklace back. It's already been melted down. It's gone. And getting him arrested is not going to fix anything. It's too small a dollar for it to be any actual charges. There's just nothing there. There's just no point. I just need to remove myself from this situation. I'm just trying to do it in the highest probability of survival means that I can. I mean, what are my choices? I can get out of here as quickly as I can, or I can sleep in the bus and shoot my brother when he comes in. Then I have to live with that. Thank you, Rain301. That is absolutely amazing. That is absolutely amazing, dude. You rock. I'll extend the same offer to you that I extended to I think it was Jeremy, they know who I'm talking about. If you want a custom one of these, send me an email with your address, and I'll make you a custom one of these. Tell me what colors you want. I'm going to make one that says supporter on the back here. And it'll be just for people who do things like that. It's something a little special I can give back. I don't know how people do like that. Keep in mind, I'm not talking to you guys for pity. It's just, it's venting. And that's good for the mind. It helps. It helps when you have someone to vent to. You know, I tried talking to Anthony. He just goes back and tells Matt. Dude, you violated my trust. That was supposed to be between you and me to give me some relief, some pressure relief. And you go back and tell him. Exactly. It's therapeutic. It helps. It really does help. It helps to stabilize the mind. If you let stuff like that sit up here and stew, it just messes with you. But so I'm not going to shoot my family, no matter how bad it gets. Unless they're trying to kill me, I'm not going to shoot my family. But it's that or nothing. I mean, what else can I do? It's just they're toxic, and I have to leave. I mean, if I was staying here, that'd be different. You know, I'd try other things. Felicia, thank you very much. Or Felice. Gandolfo, cool name. And, thank you very much. I appreciate that. This machine is impressing me. It's doing a good job. I could probably increase the speed quite a bit. Let's go more speed. Let's go 200%. I'm pretty sure it'll handle that. And sometimes people can be very generous, and that's appreciated. Pet alligator. Oh, I guarantee you it would be illegal to do, but that just created a vision in my mind that made me a very happy critter. A pet crocodile in the middle of the bus. And someone breaks into the bus, and they're dinner. Oh my God. I could just see. Oh, what stuff does he got here? What the hell is that? Oh shit! And they go down his throat. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, cobras. Oh, hey, I might be able to get away with this. Soft, cuddly flying cobras. Geese. I'll fill the bus with geese. They're cobra birds. Oh my God. Yes, you can. You go to adjust. I think you can. I assume you can. I actually never thought about that. I'm pretty sure you can. Cobra birds. I love that. Because they really are with those necks, man. And they hiss, too. I tell you, I had a fight with a goose once. I was taking a picture of a goose down in the grass near a pond at school. And I like taking pictures. And I'm getting closer, sneaking up. He's getting, and I'm like, okay, as long as I stay slow, he'll be cool. Because I wanted to get close enough to get. I didn't have a big zoom lens, And my buddy David Hoffmaster, who I'll actually be closer to out there, he's in Denver, Colorado. He says, "Chris, look out!" And I look up just in time to see this gigantic goose about 12 inches off the water flying at me. He pulls up at the last second and is going, "Wah, wah," on my face like this in the air. And I just instinctively react. And I take my hand and I go, whack! And I knock the goose out of the air into the pond. But of course, I'm on a muddy, rainy slope. So I end up on my ass and go sliding down the pond. The goose lifts up and goes, "Ha!" And I turn around and go, and he honks back, and I hiss back. And while I was getting my muddy ass up off the ground, I'm thinking, damn, he was soft. Because when I hit him, I hit his underside. And I was thinking, like, man, that was really soft. I think it'll allow me to approve it now if you post a link, but I can't visit it. Oh, that would have been great. Oh, God, I wish I had video of that. That would have been so awesome. Oh, my God. Oh, that would have been hilarious. But, well, I'm going to have cameras in the bus. The problem is cameras, all the cameras do is let me see my stuff go away. It doesn't actually stop my stuff from going away. I know what you mean by the Ledger X board. What printer did I just do that has the Ledger X board? Was it the Ortur or was it the Sapphire? One of them has that Ledger board. And so far, it's worked fine for me. You see, the problem is you go to jail for a long time for setting up man traps. Okay, Sapphire. And it's been working great. I've had no issues. So far, not bad. Besides a little bit of salmon skin, I'm impressed. I think I might put a piece of Wham Bam on here so I can have a removable flex plate. Although I think this is bigger than my Wham Bam. Oh, no, it's not. Looks like it's pretty close. 300. Ooh, it's 320. So it's a 320 by 320 bed. I think the Wham Bam's a 310 by 310. Damn. Well, any trap capable of trapping a man is considered a man trap. So any sort of booby trap is highly frowned upon, and you get a felony record and you go to prison. So not a good idea. I'm hungry. I'm going to get some peaches. Hang on. This has been my little sin lately. I love these peaches. Cinnamon and peaches is just amazing. Hey, hey, hey. Frederick Coat, 20 bucks on PayPal. Thank you so much, Frederick. That's awesome. I appreciate that a lot. Yes, and I love them. I have them on half my printers. Both my Ender 5s have a flex plate now. I just got a 220 by 221 for my Sapphire. So it will have a flex plate now. And what I do is instead of using the PEX sheet that it comes with, I use a Creality sheet. This way I could turn off the heat bed and still have my flex plate. I love this stuff. And let's see here. Wow, we still have 175 people. Well, here's a sneak peek for you guys. Do not spread this around, because they want to use metrics to see how effective it is at shows. Okay, so don't tell anybody about this. But I'm going to have $10 coupons for Wham Bam at Murph. Yeah. That's actually a pretty significant discount. Yes, the PEI has to be heated. It's not PEI. It's something different than PEI. They call it PEX. I don't know why, but it's something different. But it has to be heated, and if you turn off the heat, it releases. So I can't use that for long prints where I desire to turn off the heat bed. When you have 6 or 7 printers that are drawing 400 watts each with heat beds doing 100-hour prints, that's a big electric bill. So I like turning off the heaters. Well, probably what I'll do is I'll put the code on the stream so just people who see the stream can see it. But it'll only work for 7 days from the start of Murph. So it'll work from Saturday to Friday during the week of Murph. They gave me something really cool. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Huh. It's gone. And also, if you're at Murph, you'll be able to get yourself a noob or a nerd. So I got, what is that? 6, 12, 18, I got 200, almost 250 noobs and nerds. So I filled up an entire bucket full of them. I'll be giving them away at Murph. But they also gave me this little poster board display to stand up, you know, to tell people about Wham Bam. And they got a stand on the back that folds out, so it stands up on the table, and it's 3D printed. I was like, ooh, I want that file. Like, that's pretty slick. Pears are okay. I prefer peaches. Pears can be good. Not my favorite fruit, but I don't hate them. I love my Wham Bam. The Wham Bam is incredible. Yeah, I got the Ender 2 ones. In fact, I think this is the only one you can't use the $10 coupon on. But I also got a pair of them. There we go. Here's some Wham Bams for my Ender 2s. Yeah. Yeah, they're on 1-month increments. I love the Wham Bam. I hope they are successful. I hope they can expand. I hope they can keep going because I love these flex plates so much. It was a limited release. I've never been able to find it again, which makes me very sad. But the tea company Gold Peak at one point had a pear tea that was so freaking good. Oh, God, I love that tea. And I also got some spiced pear tea off Amazon that's really good too. It's got a nice aroma and a nice flavor. It's a soft flavor, but it's a good flavor. Yeah, you got to hit it with acetone to clean it off really good. And also you might need to scuff it up with some steel wool. Some triple knot steel wool. No. The it's a spring steel plate. And it sticks really good. So it's a spring steel plate, so it sits very flat. All my 0.2 millimeter prints were printed on flex plates. So it sits down very flat. It'll assume whatever shape your bed is, the magnet. But the flex plate itself is very flat. Dollar Tree. A little expensive at $1 a can, but it's a treat. Mango coconut. That sounds interesting. Good evening, G-Force Racing. How do you like the Tevo Neuros? I gotta send them a complaint. They misspelled the name. You know, the E used to be a Y. Hell yeah, I'm gonna be at Murph. How many do I have working? I have between 90 and 100 printers, and I think 3 of them don't work. Although I'm not sure about the used ones I bought. I haven't tried them yet. 3 or 4 would be fine. Basically, you don't want to get the really rough stuff. You want the really smooth stuff. My favorite tea, I think, is Carrington's. What is it? It's an apple flavor. Hang on, I'll get it. I have trouble picking a favorite, so I'm going to give you 3 that are my number 1. So, it's a toss-up between Wawa's Ginger Peach. I've tried other Ginger Peaches. They're good, but they're not as good as the Wawa. Carrington's Cinnamon Apple. I love this stuff. Hard to find. This stuff's expensive. I only get it when it's on sale, but it's turning out to be one of my all-time favorites. Celestial's Harvest Pumpkin. Oh my God, this stuff is so freaking good. If you have a chance to try the black tea, not the herbal tea, the Harvest Pumpkin, it is mind-blowing. Next up would be that hot cinnamon tea that I have linked on Amazon. I love that stuff. It's good. And then Earl Grey tea. I love myself Earl Grey tea. And then I also got this stuff. This is the spiced pear. Not as strong as I would like it to be, but good flavor, good aroma. But this Harvest Pumpkin is, oh, man. Then there's this other tea from South Africa. It's a honeysuckle tea. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I got it at Big Lots when it was on sale, but it was incredible. It might be called honeysuckle tea, but that was also very good. But these are my favorites. You know, these here are my favorites. I love these teas. Boy, that Sweet Harvest pumpkin, though, I don't even drink it every week because I don't want to run out of it too quickly. I just, every now and then as a treat, I'll make some of that. I love that Harvest pumpkin tea. Oh, I know. And this particular, I've tried other cinnamon apples. They're just not as good. That particular cinnamon apple from Carrington is just incredible. Big Lots sometimes gets clearances. Smoked tea? No. Nothing illegal, please. No, 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 no. That's the last thing I need is legal trouble. Ooh, that sounds good, too. Oh. No, I thought somebody was suggesting cannabis tea. That would be illegal. Okay. Colorado, right up north. You'll never see me try any. Not worth it. Who, Tim? There. As soon as you leave the Eastern Seaboard, there's no Wawas. It's going to suck. You have any idea what Wawa withdrawal is going to be like? Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. Oh, chai tea. I freaking love chai tea. The Wawa chai tea is really good, too. Have any in here? Nah, this is all ginger peach. My fill bin protects all my ginger peach. I love chai teas. Who makes the one? Twinnings chai tea is my favorite. I love the Twinnings chai tea. Let me tell you, losing Wawa is going to suck. It's going to really suck. Well, what can you do? Banana tea? I love banana flavor. I never heard of banana tea. I have a lot of it. Yeah, I steal it from Wawa every day. Was ginger peach tea. I think it's Lipton. They used to use Lipton tea, and now they have their own branded tea, and I'm guessing it's the same tea that Lipton's just making them their own packages. If I had to guess. I don't know. Banana candy tastes good. I've been outside. Actually, I've been outside of the U.S. more than a dozen times, but I don't remember any of them except for 2. When I was born blind. I had no vision. It took 17 operations for them to repair vision in one eye, and they could not repair the vision in the other eye. The USB cable is not. So I went all over the world for that, but that was all when I was less than a year old, so I have no memory of that. But as a person who could remember, we went on vacation to Canada once. We rented a houseboat and went along all the rivers and locks and stuff in Canada. That was a great trip. Enjoyed that a lot. And then we went to Cancun, Mexico, 15 years ago, which is also an amazing trip. If you ever go to Cancun, make sure you go and check out Tulum. Okay, notice how this eye is looking a little weird right now? I don't control it. It does whatever the hell it wants to do. If you ever have a chance to go to Tulum, go. It's amazing. It's a pyramid on a cliff on the ocean. It's incredible. What setting would make my rocket wall thicker? Are you doing a vase mode rocket? This will be my main job once I move, I hope. Flow rate. If you're in Cura, you need to increase your extrusion multiplier. Basically, you need to print a thicker line, and that's flow rate in Cura. If anybody knows Cura, can confirm, but I'm pretty sure that's flow rate. Damn it, this plastic looks good. What would be the difference? Like, what would be the relevant difference to me between 3MF and SDL? No, I didn't. But that did remind me. I wanted to bring this up. Okay, it looks like you have to actually open up a firmware RAR file on the SD card. And you actually have to program your Wi-Fi access point name and password into that and then flash the firmware in order to get that to work. So we're not doing that tonight. But I will definitely try that out. No, it doesn't seem laggy to me. I mean, it's not loading, but it responds immediately when I touch a button. I mean, it responds right away. It takes maybe 10, 20 milliseconds to the screen. You can see it loading parts of it, but it's snappy. I got no complaints about the UI. Except this coating on it glares really badly, but otherwise, good screen. Well, that's interesting. Well, usually, oh, is there a line width option in Cura? Oh, yeah, I guess there would be. But doesn't that have to match your nozzle? Wait a minute, does this thing slice from the app? I'll have to play with that app later. Cura has a vase mode. It's called Spiralized Outer Contour. It's under special features. Yeah, the Cura UI is not good. That's one of my major problems. Although the new beta they have out, it's not bad. T Public, I believe. I think it's called T Public. It's a nice shirt. I like it. I'm gonna try to set up an affiliate account with them, especially because they have my size. They're definitely not cheap. I think I paid like $55 for these two shirts, but it's not horrible either, and it is a quality shirt. It's nice and thick. You know, it's not one of those cheap thin shirts, and I can get long sleeve, which I really like. That's part of why it costs so much is my 5X size and the long sleeves. But I burn really easy, so I prefer long sleeve shirts. Now, you're not going to be able to go to 2X. You might be able to get away with 140%. So you go with like a max of 0.6. And you're probably going to have to increase the temperature a little bit to compensate for the increased flow. Thank you. I just told him to cut a bunch off. I just tell him, use your discretion. If you screw it up, it'll grow back. I really wish more would start doing this, though. If you guys are out there, Creality, Anycubic, you know, Two Trees, Ortur, nice manuals like this. It's worth it. Put that little extra into a nice manual like this because it doesn't cost much. And, yeah, a little bit. It's getting a little thin up here. Actually, you know where most of that came from? Most of that's physical damage from my Geo Metro. The car is so small and I'm so tall. See, most of my height is torso. It's part of why I carry the weight so well. I don't look as heavy as I am. I'm 6'4" tall, or 6'3" tall, but I have a 27-inch inseam. And yeah, we're just about done. So with that kind of a body structure, I can fit in small cars, no problem. I have plenty of leg room, but it's headroom that I have a problem with. And so my head was actually pushing up into the ceiling. And I actually have a dome-shaped indentation in the headliner where my head pushes up into the headliner and touches the metal ceiling on the outside of the car. Now I got around that. I took a bowling ball and I went, boom, and put a dent in the roof right where my head is. So I have a little divot in the roof where my head fits. But because my head was pressing there like that, you know, 50,000 miles a year driving that car for 5 years, it kind of took a toll on my hair. Rocketry got me into 3D printing. I can make my own nose cones for my rockets at a fraction of the price of buying them, and I can customize them any way I want. So this one has my own custom. I have a bevel here, a bevel on the end of the nose cone, so that when you go to insert it into the tube, it doesn't grab the edge of the tube and tear it up, which a lot of nose cones do. So it's smaller than the tube up to here, so it slides right into the tube. That's something most bought nose cones don't have, because it would cost more to injection mold something like that. No, but I was paying $15 for a nose cone. So after making about, what would that be? After 20 nose cones, the printer pays for itself. Plus, I can sell them. About $400. If you get it from Banggood, it's $3.99. If you don't mind paying a $49 premium, you can get it from Amazon, Prime Ship, and have it in 2 days. Oh, the Geo Tracker? Now, the Geo Tracker has plenty of headroom. Actually, I still have that car, and I'm taking that car with me to New Mexico. I'm hoping I can take my Geo Metro with me. I really love my Geo Metro. It's an MKS Nano Robin 1.1, and I'm pretty sure it's running Marlin. Well, for me, assuming I could fix the leveling issue, probably the CR10S Pro. It's probably the most capable printer I have. It's a large printer, so I can print big stuff, but it still has very good print quality for its size. So it would probably be the most powerful machine all around. Yes, this is a vase. Oh, I can get it level. The sensor is just inconsistent. It never gets the same reading twice. Yes, this is slow. Vases are usually pretty slow. I think this is programmed for, I want to say 40 millimeters per second, so 80% underspeed. That's 32 millimeters per second. I'm running it at 200%, so probably 50, 55 millimeters per second. I hate hiccups. Two to 4 cats per trip. What did that guy do? I can't click on the link. One of the first things I'm going to do when I get a new place, once I stabilize and things look okay, I want to get a cat. I want a cat. Jesus. No, for me, it's whatever fits in the bus is all it's going. Nothing else I can do about it. I want to get one of those Maine Coon cats. If I can. Yes. It's a power supply. There's a power supply. Same connections. And I believe there's a 3D printed cover to allow you to bolt it to the printer. But yes, it'll bolt right up. Moving day is approximately, at a guess, 60 days after I sell the store. Well, after I get the money from selling the store. So it all depends on that going through. So I'm stuck here until I sell the store. Yum, yum, yum. This, all 24 volts, yes. And it heated up from ambient of 20 to 60 Celsius in 3.5 minutes. Not too much paperwork. You'd be surprised. You could probably build a rocket like that level 2 certified. So as long as you're level 2 certified with EEE or NAR would be a little tougher. They don't like the experimental engines so much. But EEE, you'd be fine. What do you mean, why is Group broken? It doesn't look broken to me. Oh, no, I'm going to Murph no matter what. That's non-negotiable. I mean, something would have to disable me to keep me from going to Murph. Meaning you might need permits and stuff like that for a rocket like that. You don't need any kind of licenses or anything like that. Not unless you're going over a certain power rating, which you're not going to want to model. Oh, I could be scared. It's hard, but it can be done. Actually, a tablespoon of sugar would work too. I don't know why, but it works. This is a pretty filament. Sometimes that doesn't help. You want to talk about a painful experience? Hiccup while you're in the process of swallowing. That hurts. Your most affordable is going to be Makerbox. The most fun is going to be the Alien UFO box. Yeah, I got that too. Yeah, no cherry nibs tonight. Yeah, I got the Profi box, but the Profi box is not a filament sample box. That is a 2 kilograms of filament a month box. It's also 45 bucks. Not a bad deal though. This month you got a Stroop waffle, a 32 gigabyte SD card, and 2 kilograms of filament, Traffic Black and their gray glint. If you like their filaments, worth it. Because that's if you take out the value of the SD card and the Stroop waffle, you're talking less than 20 bucks a kilogram. Not bad. I hope that they get that nice white box they used in the graphics, though. That's nice. Yeah, that's a little expensive. The nice thing about the Alien box is that you get 4 filament samples. You get a little bit of Yum Yum. You get a goodie. And you get everything you need for a project, which is pretty darn cool. To me, if you can only have one, that'd be the one. I don't know how he's making any money with it. He can't be making any money. There's so much value in each box. Wow, nice. Yeah, that would be expensive because the shipping's going to murder you. See, the Proofy box works for me because I use a lot of filament. And I like the nicer filament that I normally can't afford to splurge on, so this gets me that filament cheap. So for someone like me who does a lot of printing, that box makes sense. I might have to cancel them all when I move. We'll have to see what the money situation looks like. Or maybe it'll be fine. Who knows? I'll be local to Filament 1 then. Although I hear they owe Filamentum money. They need to take care of their debts. I don't want to see them become another Maker Geeks. Wow, that's weird. Yeah, Australians get raped in general. Yeah, they got a pretty raw deal there. Because FedEx has to do everything by the book. So far, I'm very happy with it. I got no complaints yet. Everything works great. There's a couple of things that disappoint me a little bit. I would like to have seen some sort of removable bed, even if it's just a fiberglass plate with clips. That would have been nice. Just so that you don't have to apply that pressure to your aluminum pad to remove a part. I would have liked to have seen them stick with the non-contact induction end stops that they were using. I would have liked that. I like that non-contact nature. It's maintenance free. This is bad. I cannot stand how far in that SD card is. I mean, on the one hand, it's very well protected, but make the hole bigger then so I can get my fingers in there. Otherwise, I really don't have any complaints. Oh, and the Y carriage plate. I would like to see that made beefier. To me, that's too thin. But beyond that, they did a decent job. It's a nice machine. Once I get it, yes. I have to do the firmware change to connect it to my Wi-Fi, but yes, I'll try the app. I tell you this, though. My niceness and my ethics only go so far. So when I set up those cameras in the bus, if I catch one of them in it, I'm going to have to call the police. And press charges. I won't have a choice. I can't let them take everything from me. You know, you are right. They could have put that LCD. They could have extended this nose a little bit and put the LCD right here. But that would create a problem. Then you could remove this. And removing this is critical because that gives you access to all the hardware inside. What I would have liked to see, well, I'm going to mount my spool holder up here, so it doesn't really matter to me. But for people who have the spool holder over here, it would have been nice to be able to mount the screen on the left, same size as the spool holder. But otherwise, not a big deal. I can't kill him. Yes, I do. In the description, there's links for those. If you scroll down to where it says Filaments, there's links for the Makerbox, and there's links for the Alien Box. The Makerbox is a link. Inbox is a code you have to copy, and then click the link. I gotta stay out of jail. I'm probably gonna damage this pulling it off hot, but I'm impatient. Yeah, it came off good. Wow. A little warped on the bottom because I took it off hot. But I expected that, but it did come off. That is green chrome. Besides the salmon skin, I got no complaints about that. And it's watertight. Now, die packs would be interesting, but it would wreck all my stuff, too. Now, the other issue I have is that I have to ship cars out there. Now, I'm going to tow the tracker behind the bus, and my mechanic's going to drive the pickup truck. Now, there's two things I can do with that. I can buy another tow dolly and tow a second car with me. That'll be a third car. Or, I'm thinking I'm leaning toward this. I can bring my big trailer. Because trailers cost a lot of money out there. They're worth more out there than they are here. And it's a nice trailer. Especially if I get a place with a well and I end up having to haul water. I'm going to want to go get the water myself. Because if I go get the water myself, it's a penny a gallon. If I have somebody deliver it, it's 7 cents a gallon. That's a big difference. 7 cents a gallon is a lot of money for water. Well, there won't be too much of a load in the trailer. It'll basically be maybe a couple of appliances and my spare tires, all the tires for my cars. And, well, if I have a big enough trailer with a big enough tank on it, I'd only have to haul water like 4 times a year. You know, if it's just 2 of us and we're not blowing water like we do here, you know, figure if we're using 800 to 1,000 gallons a month. So if I go get 3,500 gallons of water, that's good for 3 months. That's not so bad. About my Ender 3, and you hope I need to fix it. Can't adjust the lower x-axis roll on the right outside. It is too loose. You're going to have to clarify that. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure I understand what you're describing. What are you unable to adjust? The Leaf is going to be shipped out. The Leaf and the minivan are going to be shipped out. So I'm going to pay a car hauler to ship those 2 cars out there. But he said, right outside, it is too loose. I mean, are you talking about this one wheel here? The right outside wheel? I don't know. He stopped. Don't jinx it or I will bite you. If only this one wheel is too loose, then it's possible this unit here got twisted. So you might need to loosen the bolts, hold on, straighten this unit out, and then tighten those bolts back up again, being careful not to strip them. Okay? Also, make sure this didn't tilt down here. A common part where these will fail is there's only 2 bolts on this end holding this bracket to this arm. So put your finger along here, and this aluminum bracket should be smooth and level with the X-arm rail. If it's not, this entire arm may have pivoted down or pivoted up, which would make this wheel tight and this wheel loose. Okay? So you may need to literally straighten out the entire arm and make sure they're both at the same height and they're both parallel. Once you do that, you need to loosen this wheel here so that this wobbles a little bit, and then only tighten this wheel up just enough to stop this wobble. If this is too tight, it's going to try to bend this arm as it moves up and down. That's probably what caused your problem. Actually, if they would just put a 3rd one, extend this aluminum arm out another 1.5 inches and put a 3rd bolt right here, they'd be fine. Yeah, single Z. Works fine. No problem. I really don't have a problem with single Z up to 300 millimeters. Yes, that Lego man is 2.5 kilograms of PETG. No problem. Just be careful. These strip very easily. If you use the washers on this, remove the washers. That makes it worse. Just be careful not to strip them. You want them very, very tight, though. Just be careful not to strip them. Make sure you use this part of the wrench to tighten it up, not this part. Use this part to get them in, but use this part to tighten them, because this part will strip them. No, it's an aluminum extrusion. It's never going to sag. No, it won't. I have CR10s with 5,000 print hours on them. Zero problems. Unless you have this too tight. You'll have all kinds of problems if that's too tight. I do. All my profiles are available for everybody. If you go into the description of this video and go down to where it says you can support me and I have my PayPal and Patreon links, well, below that it says my printer profiles. I have sample G code. I have firmware source code for printer firmware that I got, and so I can make it available to people. And I have all of my profiles for Simplify 3D there. That was printed on a CR10S Pro. With a I think, yeah, that is with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle. I drilled out the nozzle to make it a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. This is a nice machine, and it's not that loud. Actually, the only loudness I'm getting is this fan right here. The rest of the machine's actually pretty damn quiet. The only noisiness is the power supply fan, and I'll replace that. But I'm impressed. This is not a huge advancement over anything they've made in the past. It's even a downgrade in some regards. Yeah, I have a whole set of them. These are available on Amazon as well. So there's my 1.2 millimeter drill bit. So I started with a 0.6, then I went to a 0.8, then I went to a 1, and then I went to a 1.2. So I went up 0.2 millimeters each drill bit size until I got it to 1.2. And I have a little hand drill bit. Just load that in there until it goes through. And the next size up and do the same thing. No, I use either noise blockers or what's the other one? The tan colored fans. I forgot what the name of the other fan company is. Noctua, that's it. Yes, brass nozzle. So that is a 1.2 millimeter brass nozzle on my CR10S Pro. I would rather have a proper 1.2 nozzle, but there's none available right now. I'm actually thinking about replacing the heat block on my CR10S Pro with a heat block from any other reality printer. I think it'll fit. This way I can have standard threads and I can use standard nozzles. Although I might just go with a volcano hot end. Well, I prefer the Noctuas and the noise blockers simply because I can buy them on Amazon and have them in 2 days. That's the big thing for me, is I get them quick. Well, the point for me is I want to go to bigger nozzles. I want to go 1.2, 1.5 millimeter. So I can do things like that faster. I use Simplify 3D. Yeah, the only noisy fan on this entire printer is the power supply fan. All the other fans are pretty quiet. So replace that fan. It looks like a standard 60 millimeter, which I have a couple of extra 60 by 10s. So I'll replace that. And then, well, 1.8 is larger than the filament diameter, so that might not work. So I will replace that with a quiet fan, and then I will put stepper dampers on everything. On the X and Y. And that will allow me to quiet this thing up. I do that already. My G code, well, these are sample prints that don't do that, but my standard G code does a purge line. I'll show you. I want to get a big print going. Let's see, where is the big one? That one right there. I actually have a 3-pound roll of weed eater string. I found some that's 1.72 millimeter, so it's close enough to use in our printers. And I have to dry it, of course, but I eventually plan to play with that. Yep, I love the Sapphire. Sapphire is a good buy, in my opinion. I mean, it has very minor QC issues you have to work through. They're very minor, nothing fatal. You watch my video. But the Sapphire S, that gets a thumbs up from me. I like that printer. Very, very repeatable precision. I love it. Not for the faint of heart, though, because there's a little more involved assembling that printer. It's not hard, but it's not as easy as this. You ever play with a weed whacker? One of those. It looks like a motor with a shaft and a shroud, and it's got two bits of very thick line. It goes zzz, and you use it to cut weeds and stuff like that. It's called a weed whacker. Well, string trimmer line is the plastic that they use to feed those things. A Prusa would be nice. Just type weed whacker into YouTube. You'll see examples. Yes, that's the point. It's a very cheap source of nylon. Really? I didn't know that. That's kind of cool, actually. Uh-oh. Yes. So you will, if you order one of these, order some TL smoothers. It's not horrible and horrendous, but it is visible. So I'm gonna slap some TL smoothers on here. Oh, really? They couldn't keep the patent? That kind of sucks. Won't heat... Oh, your S4, your bed connections are starting to fail. Mine failed too. You're going to have to get a powerful soldering iron. You're going to have to resolder your connections on your heating bed. And then you're going to have to install strain relief. There should be 3D printable strain relief that you can download on Thingiverse. That was funny. And provided strain relief. But that's the problem. Your solder joints are failing from stress. If it's the same thing as mine. I don't care if it sucks you have to use smoothers. It cost me $2 a piece. What do I care? Hey, they've arrived, so we can get on here and go to work. Alrighty, guys, it is time for me to go. I'm going to get a nice big print going on here. I got a big pair of parallel pliers I'm going to try to print. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try it. And we shall see. What temperature are you trying to heat it to? $60. That shouldn't be a problem. My gut is you still have a problem with the connection. So you might need to try reaching back there and squeezing the connection where the solder joints are and see if it heats up further. Double check the connections for the heat bed inside the brain box. Make sure they're not coming loose and burning. What?
Your floor jacks and them. Mine's too heavy to look around. Yeah. Mine's too heavy to look around. Your floor jacks and them. What? Your floor jacks and them. Your floor jacks and them. Mine's too heavy to look around. Your floor jacks and them. What? Your floor jacks and them. Mine's too heavy to look around.
We got to put 2 of the tires in the trailer in the garage, and we're going to put 2 in the minivan. In the trailer. Behind
the ones that are in the metal trailer right now.
Yeah. So 2 of them, actually right now, 3 of them in the garage. And I'm going to put 1 in the minivan. And then later on, we're going to replace the tire on the roof with 1 from the garage. So I'll take 2 spares with me. I got rims and tires for the minivan. And then we need to, I have a tire for the electric car down the store already, so we don't need to get any more for that. And that's it. And we should be good. I have a spare for the Metro down the store, so I can get that tire replaced because 1 tire's flat. You know, so I gotta take my car over there tomorrow. I gotta replace the front right tire, and I gotta find a leak, and I gotta nail or something in the back right tire. And, all right, let me finish this up. All right, guys, we're gonna get out of here. We gotta head off to work. I'm gonna get a nice big print going on here. As you can see, it did my prime line, and then when it's done, it'll present the plate to me. That's all. I coded that in my start and my end script. And once I know this print settings work good with this printer, I'll upload the profile for this printer as well. And don't forget, if you want to support me monthly, I have my Patreon link down below. PayPal is always wonderful if you want to give one-time support. Thank you so much to the people who donated tonight. To the person who gave me the $100 tonight, make sure you send me an email and send me the PayPal ID code. No, you did Super Chat. I don't know how to confirm that. But send me an email so that I can... I want to get you one of these, the big maker coins. And tell me what colors you want. Tell me the 2 colors that you want for it. And I'll get one out to you. I think you deserve that. 3D printing at Nereus.com. Oh, I think it was you. Yeah, Rain 301. Yep. And so 3D printing at Nereus.com. And I will see you guys next week. Next week, we are doing the Weibo. It's a little tiny printer from a company called Weibo. They just out of the blue said, hey, you want to do this? And I was like, sure. I'm never going to say no to a printer. So next week will be a little itty-bitty printer called the Weibo or something like that. And we will play with that. So I will see you guys later. Thank you for a great stream. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys at Murph. It's going to be wonderful. Yes, you got it. Just no spaces, of course. And no, I'm not Australian. I'm American. Pennsylvania. So I'll see you guys later. You have